Hello. Hello. Hi everyone. How are you doing? How you doing? Your eyes are different? No, they're not. Hey, what's this here? What's this here? Look. Well, hello everyone. Happy Sunday. How are you all doing? I hope you're doing well. Hello Robbies, hello Colin, hello SSCN, hello Wicked, hello Akko. Sorry, I had an itchy nose. Hello Spectre, hello Chris. I'm great. Hello Raf. Hello Fake. Hello Neil. Thank you for the chunk of the drop. I'm scrolling. I'm still scrolling. I got lost. Oh shit, I didn't take my meds. Hi Vay. Hi Jumpy, enjoy D&D. Hello Wiki. Hello Titan. Hello Panko. Hello. Hello. I'm just trying to say hi. Oh, thank you for coming in and saying hi. Alright, let's see who got. Rennie the Witch got. Titan got. That's it. So basically, you kind of... Hi Raven, welcome in. Hi Shadow Jacket, welcome in. Do you like my hoodie? Nah. I'm cute. Let me take my meds because I kind of forgot. I did a forgot. I had to take them like super early, and so I kind of forgot the rest. So, yeah. 10 out of 10, no notes. What? So today we're reading. By we, I mean me. For how good the hoodie looks. Ah, I'm glad. No, it's okay, Uncle. Okay. I do still need to kind of work out, like, the positioning. But, yeah. I was looking for things to read, but I didn't really, remember. But, I'm gonna show those t-shirts. You have to save it. Oh, I did a burp. Oh, now I have a hiccup. Hi, Axel. Welcome in. How you doing? Now is a time I want to say that with you here simply makes my day. My nose is leaking. Thanks for the smiles. It helps us go miles because your happy words make us go onwards. Ah, no, you. My nose is all scrungly. But you can save it for when we do the thing. Yeah. My headset's falling off. Faye pulls out the nearest book. It's a manual for the refrigerator. I know I have books, but they're really long. They're not short stories. And then the closest one's in German. I don't think you want me to read that. They charge me for the Discord boost. If it's not one of the ones that come with your Nitro, then it will. You can cancel it. It's okay. But I want to say bow bow. Many much love, Faye. I'm gonna be somewhat lucky because I'm in the middle of armor free. Okay, have a good stream. I thought it was a one-time thing. If you have Nitro, you get like 3 with Nitro. But if not, then yeah. But you're welcome to cancel it. Oh, you're not streaming. Oh. Still have fun. Oh yeah, I'm stupid. If you guys want stretch goals, so I don't feel like I'm scamming you, with you still gifting and there not being any stretch goals, we can kind of work together. We can work together to make some. At some point, because I don't want to scam you. Small price to pay for Faye Tag. You've done so much already. Just making sure it was known. I think, yeah, there are no more goals. You guys kind of annihilated them. Yeah. Gonna be returning tomorrow with a special week of streams. Crime Week! I think it is his job to think up stretch goals, but he's a poor boy. Faye plays American Truck Simulator. Why would I do that? I'm not American. That means nothing to me. Stretch goal. 10k Faye records a song. No, because then you guys will think you have to meet that. I mean, it's a good goal, but 10k is a lot. That's 8k more. Live out your dream of being an American. I don't want to be an American. Have you seen the state? Wow, I sound like a grandma. I like a little. Okay. Thank you for the luck. Next goal, Faye has no. I will end this subathon. Gremlin hours. I did just see my mates. Yeah. Oh yeah, that is the exotics. No, that's not exotic. That is an abomination. They play... Bro, I have over 100 hours. In fact, like, Raf, I don't think you understand. I cannot stand Phasmophobia anymore. Like, I hate the game. I have played it to death. Also, it's a horror game. I don't play horror games on my stream. It's too spooky. Hence why it's a stretch goal. Yeah, but like, it's meant to be something that you guys want, and no one wants to watch me play horror. The goal is to have fun together, not make my community hate me. You got something against Murica? Yeah, it's Murica. Impossible stretch goal, 100k political stream. Feel free to insta-delete. Fuck you. Oh, it has to be what we want. Got it. Stretch goal 50k. Faye has a good jet. What? I don't have control of that. I don't have control of that. Why? Okay, so it's just British versus America rivalry. I don't like Britain either. They're both shitholes. Okay, hang on. So I found a free GIF of fire. But I realized that right at the end, it has a horrible frame jump and looks awful. So we might not use it. Yeah. I hope you're having a nice day. I am. I am having a nice day. Yeah. I hope you're having a nice day. Show us at least... Yeah, I'm looking for it. Hang on. I forgot what it's called. Here it is. Okay, so you just watch it and you'll know when it goes from ending to beginning. Because it's quite the jump. It turns out it's not very loopable. Back to hating myself while playing Crash Wrath of Cortex. You could just have fun! You can use FFmpeg to split the GIF into frames, remove the bad one. No. I burned down a village. There you go. There's the jump. So maybe it's not so nice. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Yeah. Who dropped the candle on the sky? Hi, John. Welcome in. How you doing? Non-loopable. Yeah. And I found that out like just now, so I'm getting rid of it. But it's fine. There's this game called Guilty as Sock. I have it. But it's a bit much. I've already played it and streamed it. Yeah. It's just... I played it with friends and too many people. Too loud. I didn't like it. It's too much. Too many people talking and screaming. It's not a good stream game for me. I was so overwhelmed. No, I don't want diabetes! Raven's trying to give me diabetes! Can be without voice. It has in-game voice. That's the problem. And then, what's the point? Like, yeah, it's just kind of sad because, like, the premise is really cool, but the whole point is to do it with voice. And it was just too much for me. I'm sorry. I have limitations. And apparently lots of people in big collabs are my limitations. I really struggle, like really, really struggle with collabs of more than 3 people, including me. 4 is my maximum, including me. And even then, I have to be able to run out of proximity. And unfortunately, the courtroom is the proximity. And yeah. I wish I wasn't such a baby, but as in like stupid ADHD over stimulation. But then I have to read chat as well, and I get really stressed out when I have too many sounds. It was very, very stressful. I ended up kind of crying. I ended up crying after the stream because it was so overwhelming and stressful. Hi, Claude! Welcome in. How you doing? Nothing wrong with having limits. And those are honestly very reasonable. Oh, where am I? What year is it? Help. Oh. Did my settings not save? The mouth feels... I mean, it still feels fine, but... I don't know. Like, I can come up with things. Like events and things. We still need to figure out what we're doing next week, next Sunday. Book design games would be by nature end up stressful. Diabetes? You are a menace. No, Kure's birthday was on Monday. I ended up not getting him Power Simulator 2 because his new work placement, if they ever write the fucking contract, is really far away. So I bought him a pair of headphones so he can have less stressful journey. So Coven's playing a video game. Let Coven chill, oh my lord. But yeah, how is the clothes? Hi Lucky Nuts, welcome in, how are you doing? My streams are perfect just the way they are. I just want you all to be comfy. I try my best to do things. I'm just not... I find collabs really fun, but I don't really like streaming them. Because I am a Yap streamer, and that is usually not conducive to collabs. Which is why I tend to only really do collabs with people who know my shit, know how it works, and stuff. Like, you know, Raven and Kashi and stuff. Like, I have a very set system that works for me and means I don't neglect chat. If I do a collab with someone, I have to like plan it meticulously. It needs to fit my stream requirement stuff. If someone wants to stream horror, it can't be on my stream because none of my viewers will show up. What's the fucking point in me streaming it then? Yeah. Yeah. It's hard. And like all of my friends want to do collabs together. And there's like 10 of them. And I'm like, man, fuck. I wish my brain didn't hate me and people and voices and things. It's so hard. I wish I wasn't such a baby. I wish I wasn't a babu. But I am. I am. Okay, let me see. I know why I did that. I just really like that when I laugh, the model looks like she's screaming. It's like yeah. And that is the part I'm here for. You're perfect. Bro, I was so ready to go to bed, and of course a roach approached me. Bothered my back before running away under the bed. You know, you have some of the bravest roaches I've ever heard of. They're fucking brave. Before the first ever test of a nuclear bomb, Trinity test scientists were worried because there was a non-zero chance of that explosion causing an entire atmosphere, changing fire, and burning everyone and everything on Earth. They still did it. Colvin, bring me a Flammenwerfer. Ein Flammenwerfer on the way. Yeah. I'm not fully away yet, waiting for... Oh, okay. Yeah, sis, yeah. Mostly been reading manga. I hope you're having fun. I mean this genuinely, you're doing okay, and you need to do what you want to do. You know I have confidence. I have... I mean, I have self-confidence issues, but it's more self-worth issues that I have. Yeah. I got into contact with a hospital who has a psychiatrist. You mean a psychiatrist? But that's cool. Our DMs setting up collabs are the best. Yeah, he goes, want a collab on this date? I go, yeah. And he goes, okay. That is our fucking collab DM message. And if I write anything extra, it's are you okay with me yapping for an hour first? And he's like, yep. I'm like, okay. It's so easy. It's so simple. What the fuck is what? Why? There. What are you doing? Hello there. Earth to there. Come in there. How are you doing? Welcome in. And thanks to DeepSeek's help, I think I'm able to get fire boosters. That's amazing! I'd show up you know. I know we're trying to plan our collab at some point. I know. Yeah, it takes time. I'm sorry. Hi Cairo, come in. How you doing? I am sorry. Like I try and preface this. If someone wants to do a collab stream with me, you know, as the streamer collab, please bear with me. It takes a lot of planning for me to be comfortable. If you're looking for like quick collab, in and out, you know, whenever you feel up to it, I'm not the partner for you. And I am sorry. But I get so anxious. Collabs freak me the fuck out because I have to manage my stuff and pray that you've managed yours. It's so stressful for me. So I need to plan it for ages. It will come when it comes, thank you. I get that feeling when a call gets like 7 to 8 people, it feels crowded already. Yeah. We'll plan it when we can, and we'll plan it meticulously, and we'll make it fit your requirements and mine. We absolutely got this. We got this. They're not brave. I sprayed the bedroom with bug spray. The bed is supposed to protect me, but it climbed it. They played this up for drama in the Oppenheimer film. Did they? I know you have self-worth issues, hon. Why do you think I've been saying stuff like this so much on your streams and in DMs? I know. Hi, Sensan! Welcome in. How you doing? Also, sorry, I want to apologize in advance. Why? Just wait till she reads the next sentence I send. Eh? Eh. Grabbing my mouse cable. Okay. Faye, you've topped yourself. What? Hi, Disco. Welcome in. How you doing? I got an itchy nose. If you're looking for a quickie, one more early bird. How are you doing, San-san? Also, sorry for missing Jackbox last night. My brother was going to have lunch with me, but I got blown off. Sorry. I was waiting for 2 hours. We didn't play Jackbox. Hey, are you a rare steak? Because I'd go down on you as... Ew. Ew. No. Hi, Mysterio. Come in. How are you doing today? Well, fuck me, I guess. Oh, yeah. Polls didn't manage to get Jackbox. Your vote was missing. Eh. Okay, I gotta go now. Okay! There was no Jackbox last night. It was not a dumb reward. She showed this model, then we drew together. Yeah! And then we played marbles. How do you feel about comfy puzzle games? I mean, puzzle is okay. Time to ban it. No, don't ban him. That's that way probably the worst I've ever heard. It's awful. But I thought, my god, I have to drop this here. I hate it. It was awful. Why did you do that? In the meantime, I'm gonna change something. With the mouth parameters. Machine smiling. No. Mouth smile. No. Mouth open. Here we go. Ah. Okay. Nice. Were you just brainstorming ideas? Does Dare deserve the corner for his riz? Yes, lock him up. No, I loved it. Ew. Why? We can hate it together, but it was... Ew. Well, I guess I'm not Pixel anymore. Don't ban me, I'm too insecure to be banned. That sounds like a you problem. Bonk! Oh no, it's just LittleFaerii rather than LittleFaerii. Hey! Shut up. I guess I'll be back in how long? I don't know, it's like 2 minutes. I regret my life choices right now. I miss Pixel. I miss Pixel model. Yeah. Well, the problem is, when you do it like this, it only lasts 2 minutes and then it gets sent back to be normal Fae. You kind of took, yeah. And for some reason, the hotkey doesn't always work to change. For some reason. Hi, Pixie! Welcome in. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm gonna... I'm going to open... Sheesh. It looks fun. Strashko Critter teaches us some Austrian German sentences. It's the same as in normal German. Hey, let's collaborate. I receive. You yap for hours. You receive. I look in your stream. I appreciate it. Thank you for the trade agreement. I have my new favorite model. How do we get extra time? What do you mean? For the model or what do you mean the timer? We had some very generous beans. Yeah. There was a very big... The coconut nut! Oh no! Did I guess the corner? Yeah, I only guess the corner for a little bit though. Like, things you'd only hear in Austria because East German speaking region is different. That's not really possible because every single region of Austrian German is different. And if Kude was to teach you his local dialect, it would literally dox him. So, probably not. Probably not. Like, Austria has a lot of dialects, and they're very specific, some of them. Oh, so that's where my pixel Fae went. Yeah. Ignore my ideas, I can't come up with anything. No, it's fine. We will have to think about it. This is the reason it takes time for us to actually think about it. Because we have to be like, okay, is this fitting for people? Is this fitting? And like for it to be a stream about Kude, he would need to want to do a stream. And he doesn't really like, he just wants to be the mod. He just wants to moderate and vibe. Pretty much, yeah, as well. Yeah. I don't remember what the hotkey to change to the pixel model is. I keep forgetting. Ah. Ah. There we go. Ah. Wow. But yeah, we'll come up with something. DOVA-SYNDROME. I will not be caught slacking. My surrender cannot be bought. Fae Pix is my new favorite. I give up rhyming because it's hard. That's fair. You stole my You stole my frames. No, not frames. You stole my pixels. How dare. Look how bouncy I am. Ow. Wow. Wah. No, don't eat my pixels! But yeah, today is FAESMR, where I will read things. I bounce so hard I gain pixels. Yeah. Yeah. I got... It's not working. I don't understand. But yeah, hello! It's really funny. When I drink my tea, she pouts. It must suck from Blank Pixel when we keep talking about Chippy Faye. No. Ah!
What in the nuts?
Hi, Tofa! Thank you for the 4 months. How you doing? How you doing? Look how bouncy I am. Bouncy, bouncy. Ah. Ah. Hee. So yeah, I was trying to find short stories, but I couldn't find any. I'm not very good at finding anything. And I tried looking for books, but, yeah. I'm doing okay, I guess. You guess? Hugs and support to you, Bean. I don't have a copy of Grimm's, no. The Brothers Grimm stuff is public domain? I can look for it if you don't mind me waiting a little bit. Hey! Tofa, what the fuck? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You hit Sarah Taku Taku. Hang on, almost. Thank you. I think I'm experiencing a mood swing. Like I suddenly feel like my head is going down. Take a moment. Do what you gotta do, okay? Everything will be fine. Bye bye. See you. Much love and huggies. Much love and huggies. I'll see you next time. Ah. It's a nut and run. Bye bye. Have a lovely rest of your day. Too fun. Might take a step back for a moment. Yeah, do what you gotta do. Sorry, I had to crack my neck. But yeah, we had a good day today. Iggy enjoyed a walk. It was very comfy. Take care of yourself. We'll be here later as well. Yeah! Self-care is always priority. I hope things get better. Best wishes. I hope things get better too. We love you. So yeah, let me... You can also submit cute things for me to read as well. If you want, you do not have to. Oh, I'm a sniffy. But I'll open the channel. Yeah, I hope you all had a good Sunday, a good end of the week. The schedule is mostly written, but Sunday is TBC or TBD, to be decided. Hi Dexter, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm just putting my hair up a little bit. So yeah. Hello. We had comfy celebration. Yeah. Ah, my headset keeps falling down. Stop it. Hi Cosmic, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. Kind of exhausted. And not looking forward to tomorrow. Oh, are you going back home? Make sure to get comfy and rest. Or this shit phase even more adorable. No, you! Hi, Cosmic! I think I'm just very disappointed with something. Oh no! I hope you... like it gets better. I'm already home. Oh! Tomorrow is a long day. Oh. Well, I hope you had a good holiday. Yeah. Just for context, how hateful Crash WOC is. One of my favorite Crash YouTubers did a full playthrough. It took him 824 minutes. His best of video for the playthrough was 19 minutes. Oh, that's not good. He's cute. No, you! No, you. That is... wow. I might low-key have to stop playing Clash Royale. This is the worst update I've ever seen in any game I've played. Oh no, I'm so sorry. It was just a weekend. It wasn't really a holiday. It was a weekend holiday. Do what you gotta do for your mental health, Cosmic. So I found a site if you want to open Brothers Grimm Tales in the first link. See also Grimm Tales Made Gay. I don't know which definition of gay it's using. That is interesting. I stopped playing almost a year ago. The game has been dogshit for ages. Yeah, but maybe this was the final straw for Cosmic. You know? It's good. I spent so long wondering if it was gay that got hit or it was just Link. I think it was just Link. Yeah. You got by Link. Hi, Lemon. Welcome in. How you doing? Lemon here to say hi. She's had an okay day, but depression kicked my flat ass, so I've been in bed most of the time, and I almost forgot the stream, but here I am, and now I'm gonna say bye because I want to sleep my set away. So bye, lovelies. Bye, Lemon. I hope you feel better soon. Hugs and support. I hope you sleep well. Have sweet dreams and a great start to your day tomorrow. Yes. A game that was already pay to win is even more pay to win, and this is not even pay to win anymore. It's pay to pay. Oh, well, that is not ideal. Sometimes greed just takes over. Back to looking, watching some old Naruto. Oh, enjoy! I can hold a cat for you, Lemon. Would that make you happy before you go? I gotta remember what the hotkey is. I think it's Alt Pussy. I mean plushie. Ah! Cat. Which channel do you want the Grimm in? You can just DM it to me if you want. I think this P stands for pet, but the pet is... I think it's a plushie. But the only pet is... like, the only animal is a cat, so it could also just be Pussy. Whatever the hotkey was set to, I will never know, because I'm not going to ask them why it's Alt P. I'm just going to keep it at alt P and have a quiet giggle to myself about it being alt pussy. Except it's not really a quiet giggle. It's a solid giggle. Thank you for the luck. Oh yeah, this game is already so shit. I just still enjoyed it despite the flaws, but this update is actually the most unbalanced. Why am I yawning? Meta destroying pay to win garbage I've seen in ages. Oh no. Funny part is I don't think the greed is going to make them more money. Probably not. I think it's like when you get so greedy that you fuck up. Pro Mario Alliance is strong. Yeah. What? Oh, Link, Zelda, got it. I got it. But yeah. Reminds me of my Terra Online. Don't talk to me about Terra Online, please. 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 Yeah. I have pain. I loved it so much. And they just ruined it. That game is terrible on every level except the combat system. I fucking love the combat system. Yeah. Yeah, I do. It was so... The combat was so good. Yeah. Faye, in this economy, I'm not that expensive. Hi, Poppy. Thank you for the headpad Dex. Sorry, I have a wet nose. I remember when level 11 was max. What? Sorry. Because it's really cold today, my nose is going to be a bit more runny than usual. I think I've spent like the whole day blowing my nose. Yeah, I completely agree with you, like me not. It was so sad. Wet nose means healthy. I'm not a dog. Oh, nah. Yeah, how are you doing? Hand required. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm sad. Terra, the reminder of what Terra could have been, but wasn't, hurt me. It hurt me. They're removing books, a huge help at getting your levels, especially for free to players. Oh, they're adding level 16, and now you have to play 2 champions in one deck. Basically, a champion cards are a rarity of cards with a special broken ability before you can only play one champion. Before you could play only one champion per deck because of how broken it is, but now you can play 2. Oh. I'm sorry. Faye's so reckless, she is a Faye for free. Yippee! I mean, what? If I did that, the sides of my nose would be bleeding. I don't know whether or not. They're kind of itchy though. But yeah. When I quit, they decided to turn field bosses into normal elites. I can't. What do you mean? You're a female dog. You are in danger. I don't know when I quit. I'm wondering why the mouth isn't opening as much as it should be. I'm kind of upset right now. Hi, mad lad! Fuck you! No, I'm joking. Welcome in. How you doing? I'm doing very well, but dying for a doner kebab. So quietly, sneakily moving to like, thank you for the luck, and I hope you enjoy your dinner. Yeah, man side. Another one I enjoyed was Dragon's Nest. And in early game, they had no limit on the amount of times you could upgrade the green level 5 items. So I upgraded them to plus 20 and had them until level 30. I didn't play Dragon's Nest. So basically, instead of having a boss bandit pegging my tower, I'll have a boss bandit and a golden knight fucking my tower. Isn't that comedic? That's tragic. But yeah, how are you doing, Madeline? Hello. My first ever free MMO I played was Silk Road. I don't know what that is. Right, it's an MMO. I've entirely quit mobile games and most multiplayer games. Much comfier to play single player and non-microtransaction games. Yeah. She can't be angry. You're just a little guy. And it's your birthday. No, his birthday was on Monday. Got friends into it and I got bored. Fair. Usually when I get Critter into a game, he points out all of the flaws in the game and then I hate the game. That's how that happens. Oh, shit. Hang on. I'm struggling with life. There we go. I'm looking for the Iggy pick, I'm sorry. Weh. He's a happy boy. Look at that happy boy. Gonna miss the rest of stream. I have to start packing things to move. Oh yeah. My landlord has mailed me an eviction notice saying for non-payment of rent. My rent has never been late or unpaid, all because we have refused to sign a new lease agreement. Current agreement ends in I am so fucking sorry. What an absolute... What the fuck? I don't know if that's legal, but what the fuck? Oh. Please don't worry. Get everything sorted that you gotta get sorted, Wicked. We're here for you. I'm holding my thumb and crossing my fingies for you. That's fucking... I'm so mad for you right now. I'm sorry. You did not deserve that. What the fuck? I'm smiling, but I'm angry. If you can, ask a lawyer. I'm so fucking sorry, man. That's awful. You shouldn't have to sign a new one till January. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was about to ask the same mistakes. That cannot be legal. I don't know if it's legal, but he's American, so maybe there's like, you know, maybe it's slightly different. Yeah. Here, it isn't legal, but I don't know about over there. But hugs and support to you being... I'm sorry. Fuck that guy, not literally. Figuratively. Good luck. We'll be here for you. Equality only matters if you have time, money, or power to call on it. Yeah. No idea, not gonna fight it. We already have a place to go. Was just riding out our current lease, taking our time. Even if it isn't legal, you'd need to pay people to fight it. Yeah. But yeah, take as long as you need. Do not worry about missing any streams. Come back when everything is sorted and you don't have any worries, okay? Yeah. Please do not worry about us. Just get comfy again, okay? We love you. All the best to you and your wife. Yeah. Fuck that guy. The landlord. Glad you left them behind because they don't sound fun. No, your friends do not sound fun. Yeah, that's awful, SSL. I'm glad you left them. Fuck them people too. Yeah. Okie dokie. Thank you for the link, by the way. Need to fight tooth and nail with eye on consequences, of course. Yeah, the thing is money. And sometimes it's just not worth it. Sorry, you got me so riled up that I needed to cough. It was about 20 years ago. Well, I might not look scary, but I'm feisty. I'll fight for you. They will never know joy again! Or some shit, I don't know. 20 years or 20 minutes ago would still say the same. Fuck 'em! Yeah. Nine Dragons was fucking cool though. My favorite MMO. MMA? Pixie! Thank you for the 3 months to Mad Lad! Not! She'll tie the shoelaces together. Yeah! Yeah! Fuck 'em! By the way, this is gonna unpixie me again. Wait. Unchibi me. Sorry, Pixie. Pixie, what the heck? Thank you. A proper friend will show off and carry you and give advice till same level. Yeah, exactly. Will it be gold? Will what be gold? Oh, you mean the hype train? Probably not, right? Right? Faye's so small, she could probably sneak into their home and spread a bunch of... I'll salt their beds. I will salt their beds. They will never know comfort ever again. The place we move into is owned by the in-laws. No fear of being evicted after 8 years of rent increases. Good. Because... who you gonna call? LittleFaerii! Okay, you're probably not gonna call me, but yeah. It does sound miles better. Pixie has already sponsored my sub for 6 months. That's crazy. Yes. You guys are so generous and wonderful. I was preparing bags of glitter, honestly. I think Faye should put peanut butter in that. No, because if they're allergic, it counts as like fucking attempted murder. Glitter isn't attempted murder. Unless you're allergic to glitter, which I mean, it's probably possible. Pixie's sponsoring for a whole year. He's amazing. You're all amazing and generous, and I don't deserve you. No, you! No. No, you. Most of the time, glitter is made of printed paper, so I don't think an allergy is possible, right? I mean... though I know some are made of bamboo. Bam 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 bamboo, 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 bamboo. Sorry. How's the fever? Oh, I should check that. So I have been at like 37.4 maximum today. So far. Hello, casual! Why are you typing numbers? Don't type numbers, it scares me. How are you doing? Welcome in, nice to meet ya. Fuck do you mean? You don't deserve us? Who gives a shit about deserve? Take our love you, bitch. Take my love you, bitch. Hi, Mad Pew, welcome in. How you doing? What happened to Faye? All pixeled up but cute. I know you. I'm glad you like it. Reminds me of a glitter review someone showed me. What? It's a 5-star review about how amazingly easy it was to get tempted about buying and using. Akko, what the fuck? Thank you for the 10,000 Indonesian rand. Are they called rand? Thank you. What the fuck? Are they related to there, perhaps? 37. Is that high? Fever's like... It's like $1. I don't care! It means a lot. Thank you for the $1. Appreciate you. Rupiah. Ah, sorry. Rupiah. Hi Zutara, welcome in. How you doing? Hello. I hope you're feeling a little bit better and that your dad is okay. Don't worry about not staying very long. It's nice to see you. Hi Abby, welcome in. How you doing? How are you doing? I'm doing good. How are you doing? I hope you're doing amazingly. Have you been playing VOTV? Eh? Me? What's VOTV? What? It's okay, just a little bruise. Thanks for asking. Of course. Whisker, echo, etc. Whiskey. Whiskey? I'm so confused. I don't know what it is. Voices of the Void. There's a bunch of places named like that. Oh, you weren't asking me. Okay, that makes so much sense. Well, shit. You have a point. It does. But yeah, I was taking temperature. One sec. Where is it? I've lost it. There it is. 1 second. I gotta go now, but I'll probably join back later. Okay, take care of yourself, and if I don't see you, have a wonderful rest of your day. Voices of the Void is super cool game. Horror though? I think I've heard of it. How are your past 24 hours? I've had a good 24 hours. Yeah. How are yours? It's pretty funny 80% of the time. I've heard of it, I just don't quite remember. Ah, shit. Okay, well we're at 37.9. So I was prematurely too happy. Dang it. Dang it. Good thing I cancelled therapy for tomorrow, huh? Dang it! I spent 3 hours getting distracted while trying to animate last night, then an hour animating. I was very productive, but I'm proud of you. Someone got scared of me? I'm not scared of you. I think you're silly. I can't believe I'm saying it this way, but it's cheaper and easier for me to support you via YouTube than Twitch. I don't remember the percentage. But yeah. I was giving them some good... I'm concerned you cancelled therapy. No, only for tomorrow. I'm sick. I don't want to risk making him sick and getting worse myself. Turns out, I have fever again. Hi Laura, welcome in. How you doing? I was so annoyed when it teleported me to a labyrinth. I just wanted to finish my second. There's a lot of math phobes. So scary. If I remember correctly, YouTube took more than Twitch. No, I don't think so. Yeah, no, YouTube takes less. I know, but I'm still concerned for our bub. I'll be okay. Like, lock your door, don't look up, don't forget to breathe. If you hear knocking on the window, don't answer it, etc. That's actually pretty good advice, but I can see how that would terrify people. Because they'll be like, are you at my window? I do understand how... Yeah. Yeah, something like that. It's between 30 and 50. I don't quite remember. But I think it might be 30. Yeah. But regardless, thank you for the $1. Time out. Let's not discuss that. What? Which part? Luck me nuts? What part? Potential TOS thing. Oh. We're a percent. The percentages are okay to talk about because it's just part of the affiliate agreement. You can Google it. I think anything that's Googleable is okay. I'm just not allowed to talk about actual like how much I make. Yeah. Open the door, it's winter, and you've left me outside for 2 hours now. You didn't pay your rent! We can talk about, like, how much of a cut they get. I'm not allowed to show the actual revenue data, like the screen. Yeah, the personal number. I can't show you my personal numbers, but I can talk about general. Yeah. But honestly, I wouldn't show you my personal numbers because it has private information in there. Welcome back, Derm. We'll never get phase 3 size. What? Why would you want that? No one needs that. Bro, I paid the rent, not you. Open the door. Open the door! Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your time here. Personal number. No. You don't want my 3 numbers. No. Your personal number is Plap. That's not a number. No, you're not my grandpa. He's sleeping on the couch. That's what you think. I know, for instance, a very good split would be 70-30. But that's only for the big ones. I think that's partner and maybe additional thing. Plap is a number, Roman number. Stop it. Amazing. Affiliates 50-50. Yeah. Numbers. It'll happen. It had to happen eventually. Yeah. Are you sure about that? Some people here, definitely not me, would take out a loan. What? No, they wouldn't. What do they mean? I don't know. Hall of Fame level quote. Yeah. Jumpy, if I marry you, will you give me your wallet? Thanks. Each number is a letter in the alphabet. He is coming, don't turn left. There was a whole Doctor Who episode about that though. Was that? I didn't realize that Doctor Who was a horror thing. I feel a sneeze coming. I'm surprised my last resident and me upping the quote. No, why the fuck would we quote that? That's disgusting. That's disgusting. I don't want that in my quotes. I only watch Don't Blink. Add the same number onto the sequence twice in a row if you need help. Don't Blink is very horror-y. Oh. But what is a number? But a miserable pile of limited symbols. Bad Castlevania reference? Oh. Yeah, don't worry about it. I think it's one of the ones I forgot to get rid of. When it's so bad you deserve the corner, it doesn't even get quoted. Abby had the same. Yeah. Elite Ball Knowledge, bro. Symphony of the Night is the best Castlevania. Stop spamming numbers. I quit school to avoid numbers. Don't Blink is one of the Weeping Angels. The one with the Weeping Angels. I really enjoyed it. Weeping Angels are creepy as fuck, but yeah. Cool concept. Now that's where the Weeping Angels are from. Yeah, Doctor Who. Though not all are equally good. Whatever you do, don't turn left, don't worry. To the left is a wall, that's where I keep my secrets. I'm gonna go do chores, gotta leave because I won't get anything done. Good luck! But yeah, Don't Blink is an all-time great. My uncle really liked Doctor Who. What the fuck is 800 supposed to be? Is it a symbol? It's boo. No, that's boob. Credit, you're slow. You guys. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Ah, woo woo woo. Thank you for the 50 booties. Hi, Bolton. Welcome in. How you doing? Cheering. You're so mean. You're so mean. Cute. Faye plays pickleball. Cute. How are you doing, Bolton? Welcome in. Should I start reading? Fuck you! Have you watched Searching for a World That Doesn't Exist? No. I'm sorry, I have not. Doing good. Arrived back home after 1 hour of delay. Austrian Railways, yay. Oh. Happy to be here, but so exhausted. Welcome home! I'm glad that you made it home safely. Yes. I find out I'm 40 seconds behind. Good luck tomorrow, me. Da, da, da. Oh no. He's doing Nambies. F5. You might be back on track. Oh. Okay, this is getting silly. That's just fucking binary. Oh my god, he knows what it's called. What's next? Caesar Sofa? Someone already tried that. I just ignored them. I just ignored them. I wrote stop NR. I don't know what that is. No, straight up yelling in Klingon. Nah! Hi, Noan! Hi, Sapphire, welcome in. How are you both doing? Depending on if my girlfriend is still awake or not, which becomes increasingly likely the longer she's not reading my message, I might stick around quite long. Oh, okay. It is late. Maybe she fell asleep. I have a massive headache, but otherwise okay. Oh, I'm glad you're doing okay. I hope the headache goes away. Ah, my headset fell off again. Stop number, but writing a whole number string would be terribly long. Oh. This dude is going to start speaking in Minecraft enchantment table. No, 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 no. That's Icelandic. Refresh only works if you realize. How did you find out at the start then? Look, this is, don't ask Akko how things happen. Okay. It's Akko. We get bought into ourselves tonight then? Yippee! She had a solid nap on my shoulder, so she's an hippie bean. Na, 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 da, da, da. I mean, that is technically not numbers. Thank you, casual number 4. Crunchy. Crunchy neck. That audio cue is still going strong. Yeah. He's gonna write print F, fate is cute, and wonder why there's an error in the code. I said the forbidden word. You did. You're just growing up. Yeah, Cosmic's writing coding jokes. He's all growing up. He's so cute. I think he's eaten. Okay. I'm getting older, bro. I'm making coding jokes now. Yeah. Yeah. It's cute. I think it's cool. Join the club. It's all downhill from here. Cod E is delicious. Mash. Mash. So do you know the symbol for sodium? Yeah, it's Na. Oh, that wasn't what I was looking for. Nah, never heard of that. I can feel myself balding already. What? Oh my goodness. One time the bald emote would have been useful. Hexadecimated. Did you know that the only fast food chains that start with the letter W are Whataburger and White Castle? Those are the names of fast food chains? Oh. Why? Wendy's. Oh yeah, there's Wendy's. Wait. Yeah. Oh. Vegeta would be proud of this hairline. Wendy's nuts hit your chin. You fell for it! He's keeping you on your toes. I saw the Joker a mile away. I realized as it was happening. Wendy's was a guy? Maybe. My fault for assuming? Oh no. Okay, let me have a look at this. We have a bunch of tails. How do I... So decimated came from the order in military tactics to kill 1 in 10 people. It was the order for 9 soldiers to kill the 1 remaining guy. Hexy decimated means 1 in 16 is getting killed. So cosmic will have less hair loss than if it was just decimated. Another joke as well. I fell for it so hard you did. I don't know, I'm just a bad joke sayer. Who gave them a book of 101 tried and true party icebreakers? My lacking fast food knowledge really saved me though. Cosmic was in the military? No, Cosmic's like 15. 16? He's one of them. Faye, I got a good card. Oh, which one? I know nothing about Pokemon cards. If it looks nice, then that counts as a win for me. Bubble Mew? Oh. Imagine a group of 16 hair follicles deciding on which one to kill. That's awful. Oh god, how is that band that made the songs Believer Radioactive called again? Imagine dragging these nuts across your face! I'm not falling for it. Faye is cute. Now you! Off to sell it to use some money for wife's birthday. Aww, that's very cute. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, then fuck you. That's not how the saying goes. That's not how that goes. Hold the phone. Geez, take me out for dinner first. Know how that goes? Still relatable, honestly. Fool me thrice, married for life. Oh. No. Now I have to activate the pixel. Well, at least I set it up. Yeah, you guys can be happy. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, you're just being mean. You look adorable and squishy, but my other way was baby. In that sense, my siblings and I would be married until the end of Earth. Oh. Ugh. Somehow that makes me uncomfortable. I'd share snacks with you. That's very sweet. That's very sweet. Thank you. You can't out adorable and squishy the boy. I'm trying still to figure out how to... Nearly forgot taxes. I hope you like raspberry cheesecake. I very much like raspberry cheesecake and raspberry cheesecake cookies, but I'm a celiac, so I can't eat them. I did not throw rocks at you. Oh my goodness, thank you. What in the sweet home Alabama? Here, I am so happy we aren't in one of those worlds. Have supreme power universes. Oh, you made a promise. That is now a magical contract for life. No. That is awful. Okay. Can I have your name? Some fairy somewhere. I have said a lot of dumb shit. I couldn't survive there. There's a pin request for you. Can I have your attention, please? Where did he go? Oh, he's up there! That's Faye is cute in hieroglyphics that got auto-modded. Oh, yeah. Twitch was like, Can I have your attention, please? Now I have ADHD. Hey! Doggen snow. Mash. My joke will not be seen for safety reasons. I never know if we let it through, then someone will come in and it won't, and do the same or like do something different. And it will be like, well, you let it through one time. And this is why I didn't let it through. I don't speak hieroglyphics. Nope. No, it's for the safety of chat. Okay. I'm trying to find quickly. Figure out how to get to the story. Is this the story? Have a lovely day, friends. Okay, thank you for hanging out. You're lovely. Have a wonderful rest of your day too, Sweet Bean. How did you pass your exams back in ancient Egypt? How did you bang Cleopatra? Nat 20 on charm. Yeah, we're gonna do the ASMR now. No, you are lovely. Enjoy your day. Yeah. Comically large mousetrap. Okay. Of this community, you're all invited to my birthday party. Ah. We love you too. You say you were trying to find a story. I found one. Probably. So are we ready? For me to read things to you? You doing FAESMR? Yeah. Are we swapping category to reading or ASMR first? What? I mean, it would just be ASMR, I think. Love you, Faye. You bring me a little happiness each day you stream. Ah, you are always so loved. I'm glad that you get some happiness. Is there a reading category if you want that instead? Wait, FAESMR is today. Can you read a Shakespeare poem? I did that last time. Sure. Why is he shaking a pear? Why not? If you're reading us a story, reading category is fine. But if it's more stuff, then ASMR. Probably ASMR. I'm not a moth! Good night, Akka. Hope you sleep well. Have sweet dreams and a great start to your day tomorrow. Did you actually? I think I missed it. Yeah, it was like last month, I think. Yeah, it was funny. I didn't know there was a reading category. Is that what Kashi was in? Ah. I see. Kashi was in it yesterday. Yeah, I was like, that's too long to be ASMR. But I didn't go over to Kure's computer to actually look. I learned that yesterday. Yeah. I didn't know either. It depends how long it is. Hi, Dododo. Welcome in. How are you doing? Reminds me of the women fart. Why? Nice hoodie. Thank you. You can try going for reading category, I guess. Okay. Really hard to tell. Twitch categories are a mess, kinda. By the way, what are these feather redeems? Pimmy Mommy suddenly popped up. Oh, they're just redeems. My channel points are called feathers. And yeah. The redeems are there for you guys to have fun. Right now, I'm currently in Chibi Pixel model mode. But I set it so it's not got a timer right now. People actually read? I don't do that. I just wait for Faye to read it for me, or I just guess what people say. But yeah, it depends how long it is, Nils. Alright, let me go to reading. Right, meow. No. So it'd be writing and reading? Yeah, okay. Because there was loads of like reading simulator. I was like, what the fuck is that? Okay. Do you want to be able to read it on the screen? Apparently it's a video game. Apparently Reading Simulator is a video game. I don't know how that would work, but yeah. I could just read a book. Ow! I meant more as the names of the redeems. Oh, well, the descriptions. I've written somewhat helpful descriptions. Ow. Like, pin me is the same as when someone did pin me daddy, but I pin you instead. Your little avatars, I can interact with them. Yeah. Taking care of stupid Twitch categories. I'm only sleeping, which people going to sleep is just the name of a game. Yeah, and technically it's against TOS. How do we request stuff for Faye to read again? Support verbs. Going to have to change the name to Scary Bread to Painful Bread if that out. Well, it's Scary Bread because I'm a celiac. I'm not showing the book itself. Yeah. I'm gonna okay, enjoy your night training. I will do my best. Sometimes YouTube is really weird and decided to put a Japanese VTuber with 7 viewers in my recoms. I mean, that's how people found me. Alright, it's dev versus casual. I think casual wins. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. Okay. So, for now, I can pause this. And then, how do I get to sounds? Ah, here we go. Because I can give you fireplace noises. I'm not a fan of the Battle Royale commands. Why? It's kind of fun. Why not? What part of it do you not like? Now I have to use my quiet voice, which is like basically non-existent. So while you guys find things, I guess I will attempt to read this. It's a short story from the Grimm's Household Tales called The Three Crows, but it's translated to English. Fine noises plus the GIF while reading just painted a beautiful image. Yeah, but it doesn't loop very well. It's just a problem. But what I could do is I could do... Hang on. Hi Ray, welcome in. How you doing? Have to find a better one. Yeah. But I can also do this. And do that. I don't know if that works actually. Making myself champignon soup. Oh, enjoy. I don't know if that works. I could sit here. How are you doing? I hope your soup is good. Enjoy your soup. I'm doing good. How are you? Nah, I don't think it's a dumb idea. That I was gonna have the fireplace noises and the GIF, but it just doesn't loop. And I think it would get annoying to look at. And some of you get really angry. I'm doing okay. I'm glad to hear that. I have no fucking clue how Faye will read my aggressive thingy, but I'm sure she can do it. Well, I'm currently gonna read... I meant the idea of you burning down a library. I'm not burning down a library! But I'm gonna read this short story first. To get used to reading. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing okay. Yeah. I'm making it so I can still read chat. Yeah. A band of soldiers came home from the wars, for peace had been made, and their king wanted their service no longer. One of them, whose name was Conrad, had saved a good deal of money out of his pay, for he did not spend all that he earned in eating and drinking as many others do. Now 2 of his comrades were great rogues, and they wanted to rob him of his money. However, they behaved outwardly towards him in a friendly way. "Comrade," said they to him one day, "why should we stay here, shut up in this town like prisoners, when you at any rate have earned enough to live upon for the rest of your days in peace and plenty? At home by your own fireside." They talked so often to him in this manner that he at last said he would go and try his luck with them. But they all the time thought of nothing but how they should manage to steal away his money from him. Don't worry about it, Dex. Think of other books that might be public domain. I can try and find them. I'm not good at remembering those. But I'll do my best. When they had gone a little way, the two rogues said, "We must go by the right-hand road, for that will take us quickest into another country, where we shall be safe." Now they knew all the while that what they were saying was untrue, and as soon as Conrad said, "No, that will take us straight back into the town we came from. We must keep on the left hand," they picked a quarrel with him and said, "What do you give yourself airs for? You know nothing about it." Then they fell upon him and knocked him down and beat him over the head till he was blind. And having taken all the money out of his pockets, they dragged him to the gallows tree that stood hard by, bound him fast down at the foot of it, and went back into the town with the money. But the poor blind man did not know where he was, and he felt all around him, and finding that he was bound to a large beam of wood, thought it was a cross, and said, "After all, they have done kindly in leaving me under a cross. Now heaven will guard me." When night came on, he heard something fluttering over his head. It turned out to be 3 crows that flew round and round, and at last perched upon the tree. By and by they began to talk together, and he heard one of them say, "Sister, what is this best news with you today?" "Oh, if men did but know all that we know," said the other, "the princess is ill, and the king has vowed to marry her to anyone who will cure her. But this none can do, for she will not be well until yonder blue flower is burned to ashes and swallowed by her." "Oh, indeed," said the other crow. "If men did but know what we know, tonight there will fall from heaven a dew of such power that even a blind man, if he washed his eyes with it, would see again." And the third spoke and said, "Oh, if men knew what we know, the flower is wanted, but for one, the dew is wanted, but for few. But there is a great dearth of water for all in the town. All the wells are dried up, and no one knows that they must take away the large square stone by the fountain in the marketplace and dig underneath it, and then the finest water will spring up." Hello, Frontbert. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Conrad lay all this time quite quiet when the 3 crows had done talking. He heard them fluttering round again, and at last away they flew. Greatly wondering at what he had heard, and overjoyed at the thoughts of getting his sight, he tried with all his strength to break loose. At last he found himself free, and plucked some of the grass that grew beneath him, and washed his eyes with the dew that had fallen upon it. At once his eyesight came to him again, and he saw, by the light of the moon and the stars, that he was beneath the gallows tree, and not beneath a cross as he had thought. Then he gathered together in a bottle as much of the dew as he could to take away with him, and looked around till he saw the blue flower that grew close by. And when he had burned it, he gathered up the ashes and set out of his way towards the king's court. Bass narration on top of the fireplace noises sounds like the beginning cutscene of a new indie masterpiece game. It's very sweet of you. When he reached the palace, he told the king he was come to cure the princess, and when he had given her the ashes and made her well, he claimed her for his wife, as the reward that was to be given. But the princess, looking upon him and seeing that his clothes were so shabby, had no mind to be his wife, and the king would not keep his word, but thought to get rid of him by saying, "Whoever wants to have the princess for his wife must find enough water for the use of the town, where there is this summer a great dearth, where the soldier went. Then the soldier went out and told the people to take up the square stone by the fountain in the marketplace, and to dig for water underneath. And when they had done so, they came up a fine spring that gave enough water for the whole town. So the king could no longer get off giving him his daughter, and the princess began to think better of him. They were married and lived very happily together after all. Soon after, as he was walking one day through a field, he met his 2 wicked comrades who had treated him so basely. Though they did not know him, and he knew them at once, and went up to them and said, "Look at me. I am your old comrade whom you beat and robbed and left blind. Heaven has defeated your wicked wishes and turned all the mischief which you brought upon me into good luck." When they heard this, they fell at his feet and begged for pardon, as he had a very kind and good heart. He forgave them, and took them to his palace and gave them food and clothes. And he told them all that had happened to him, and how he had reached these honours. After they had heard the whole story, they said to themselves, "Why should not we go and sit some night under the gallows? We may hear something that will bring us good luck too." Next night they stole away, and when they had sat under the tree a little while, they heard a fluttering noise above their heads, and the 3 crows came and perched upon it. "Sisters," said one of them, "someone must have overheard us, for all the world is talking of the wonderful things that have happened. The princess is well, the flower has been plucked and burned, a blind man has found his sight, and they have found the spring that gives water to the whole town. Let us look around. Perhaps we may find someone skulking about, and if we do, he shall rue the day." Then they began fluttering around, and soon spied one of the 2 men below, and flew at them in a rage, beating and pecking them in the face with the wings and beaks till they were quite blind, and lay half dead upon the ground, under the gallows tree. The next day passed over, and they did not return to the palace, so Conrad began to wonder where they were, and went out the following morning in search of them, and at last he found them where they lay, dreadfully repaid for all their folly and baseness. Ta-da! Some of them are like really cursed. Not cursed, but like spooky. Is this very comfy? Yeah. So my nose is a bit damp. I can't read Morse code, so I'll just read it out. Dot dot dash dot dot dash dot 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 dash dot dash dot 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 dash dash dot. Yeah, the Brothers Grimm did normally add a bit of horror as basically you'd better learn the lesson or we send the crows at you. Yeah. Where's Poppy? I heard, ow. Well, it's meant to be comfy reading. Fairly sure the Moscow display is cute. No, you. Let me get rid. just gonna... Rapunzel's quite a long story. Longish. But we are reading, so I guess it's not that bad. Filling up for an uwu reading, or should I save it? Maybe save it a little bit. I'm a teensy bit EP. Okay. There once was a man and his wife who had long wished in vain for a child. When at last they had reason to hope that heaven would grant their wish. There was a little window at the back of their house, which overlooked a beautiful garden, full of lovely flowers and shrubs. It was, however, surrounded by a high wall, and nobody dared to enter it, because it belonged to a powerful witch, who was feared by everyone. One day, the woman... Oh, that's weird, there's no comma. One day the woman, standing at this window and looking into the garden, saw a bed planted with beautiful rampion. It looked so fresh and green that it made her long to eat some of it. This longing increased every day, and as she knew it could never be satisfied, she began to look pale and miserable and to pine away. Then her husband was alarmed and said, "What ails you, my dear wife?" "Alas," she answered, "if I cannot get any of the rampion from the garden behind our house to eat, I shall die." Her husband, who loved her, thought, "Before you let your wife die, you must fetch her some of that rampion, cost what it may." So in the twilight, he climbed over the wall into the witch's garden, hastily picked a handful of rampion, and took it back to his wife. She immediately dressed it and ate it up very eagerly. It was so very, very nice that the next day her longing for it increased threefold. She could have no peace unless her husband fetched her some more. So in the twilight he set out again, but when he got over the wall he was terrified to see the witch before him. "How dare you come into my garden like a thief and steal my rampion?" she said, with angry looks. "It shall be the worse for you." Then he went over the wall. He was terrified to see... Oh. But that was a picture to the... Okay. "Alas," he answered, "be merciful to me. I am only here from necessity. My wife sees your rampion from the window, and she has such a longing for it that she would die if she could not get some of it." The anger of the witch abated, and she said to him, "If it is as you say, I will I will allow you to take away with you as much rampion as you like, but on one condition. You must give me the child which your wife is about to bring into the world. I will care for it like a mother, and all will be well with it." In his fear, the man consented to everything, and when the baby was born, the witch appeared, gave it the name of Rapunzel, rampion, and took it away with her. Rapunzel was the most beautiful child under the sun. When she was 12 years old, the witch shut her up in a tower which stood in the wood. It had neither staircase nor doors, and only a little window quite high up in the wall. When the witch wanted to enter the tower, she stood at the foot of it and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Rapunzel had splendid long hair, as fine as spun gold. As soon as she heard the voice of the witch, she unfastened her plaits and twisted them round a hook by the window. They fell 20 ells downwards, and the witch climbed up by them. It happened a couple of years later that the king's son rode through the forest and came close to the tower. From there he heard a song so lovely that he stopped to listen. It was Rapunzel, who in her loneliness had made her sweet voice resound to pass away the time. The king's son wanted to join her, and he sought for the door of the tower, but there was none to find. He rode home, but the song had touched his heart so deeply that he went into the forest every day to listen to it. Once, when he was hidden behind a tree, he saw a witch come to the tower and call out, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Then Rapunzel lowered her plaits of hair, and the witch climbed up to her. If that is the ladder by which one ascends, he thought, I will try my luck myself. And the next day, when it began to grow dark, he went to the tower and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." The hair fell down at once, and the king's son climbed up by it. At first, Rapunzel was terrified, for she had never set eyes on a man before, but the king's son talked to her kindly, and told her that his heart had been so deeply touched by her song that he had no peace, and he was obliged to see her. Then Rapunzel lost her fear, and when he asked if she would have him for her husband, and she saw that he was young and handsome, she thought, he will love me better than old Mother Gothel. So she said yes, and laid her hand on his. She said, "I will gladly go with you, but I do not know how I am to get down from this tower. When you come, will you bring a skein of silk with you every time? I will twist it into a ladder, and when it is long enough, I will descend by it. And you can take me away with you on your horse." She arranged with him that he should come and see her every evening, for the old witch came in the daytime. The witch discovered nothing, till suddenly Rapunzel said to her, "Tell me, Mother Gothel, how can it be that you are so much heavier to draw up than the young prince who will be here before long?" What an idiot. "Oh, you wicked child, what do you say? I thought I had separated you from all the world, and yet you have deceived me." In her rage, she seized Rapunzel's beautiful hair, twisted it twice around her left hand, and snatched up a pair of shears and cut off the plaits, which fell to the ground. She was so merciless that she took poor Rapunzel away into a wilderness, where she was forced to live in the greatest grief and misery. In the evening of the day on which she had vanished, Rapunzel, the witch, fastened the plaits which she had cut off the hook by the window, and when the prince came and called, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair," she lowered the hair. The prince climbed up, but there he found not his beloved Rapunzel, but the witch, who looked at him with angry and wicked eyes. "Ah," she cried mockingly, "you have come to fetch your lady love, but the pretty bird is no longer in her nest, and she can sing no more, for the cat has seized her, and it will scratch your own eyes out too. Rapunzel is lost to you. You will never see her again." The prince was beside himself with grief, and in his despair he sprang out of the window. He was not killed, but his eyes were scratched out by the thorns among which he fell. No. He wandered about blind in the wood, and had nothing but roots and berries to eat. He did nothing but weep and lament over the loss of his beloved wife, Rapunzel. In this way he wandered about for some years, till at last he reached the wilderness where Rapunzel had been living in great poverty with the twins who had been born to her, a boy and a girl. He heard a voice which seemed very familiar to him, and he went towards it. Rapunzel knew him at once, and fell weeping upon his neck. 2 of her tears fell upon his eyes, and they immediately grew quite clear, and he could see as well as ever. He took her to his kingdom, where he was received with joy, and they lived long and happily together. Uwu readings are so awful to try and read. I've leaked surprises for the Nuttathon twice now. I think spoilers are my thing. Kind of. Yeah. They're not so bad though. You can try putting the Ubu message in and I'll try to read it. Sorry, hiccup. What was the first one again? I genuinely forgot. The Three Crows. I think that's what it was called. Just realized she's sitting on a magical circle. Yeah. What was my first Nuttathon leak? The message that was meant to be for me in the video. You just wrote it to me. I think that's what it was. Some Nietzsche? God is dead. God remains dead. And we have killed him. How shall we comfort ourselves, the murderers of our murderers? What was howiest and mightiest of all that the world has yet owned, has bled to death under our knives? Who will wipe this blood off us? What water is there for us to clean ourselves? What festivals of atonement, what sacred games shall we have to invent? Is not the greatness of this deed too great for us? Must we ourselves not become gods, simply to appear worthy of it? Ubu? I gotta go sleep now. Good night, Frumbert. I hope you sleep well, have sweet dreams, and a great start to your day tomorrow. Nietzsche? I love this cozy thing. I also use the magic circle, but I opted for the purple one. I opted for the purple one originally, but this one fit the rest of the room's vibe better. This is pretty funny. Sorry. That's this year. Wait, so I only did one. No, you leaked it last year and this year. You silly bean. Namington DM'd me that, and my first reaction was, and I quote, "Call this KFC the way it's about to fry Faye's brain." Okay, not this year, it was last year. Cosmic's confusing even me. Okay, I know this one was sad, so I don't want to read that one. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many. Okay, need to find one that's actually translated. Put the original in Discord as well if you want the translation. I don't mind waiting because I did just get a request. Oh, I think I have heard it before. This year he almost leaked it. It was so close. I was specifically told DM you the message. I remember it. Well, I don't really want to get too into it because it involves some people. In times past, there lived a king and a queen who said to each other every day of their lives. No, but really, was that cutified Nietzsche? I think. Would that we had a child, and yet they had none. But it happened once that when the queen was bathing, there came a frog out of the water, and he squatted on the ground and said to her, "Thy wish shall be fulfilled, for a year has gone by, thou shalt bring a daughter into the world." And as the frog foretold, so it happened, and the queen bore a daughter so beautiful that the king could not contain himself for joy, and he ordained a great feast. Not only did he bid it to his relations, friends, and acquaintances, but also the wise women, that they might be kind and favourable to the child. There were 13 of them in his kingdom, but as he had only provided 12 golden plates for them to eat from, one of them had to be left out. However, the feast was celebrated with all splendour, and as it drew to an end, the wise women stood forward to present to the child their wonderful gifts. One bestowed virtue, one beauty, a third riches, and so on, whatever there is in the world to wish for. And when 11 of them had said their say, in came the uninvited 13th, burning to revenge herself. And without greeting or respect, she cried in a loud voice, In the 15th year of her age, the princess shall prick herself with the spindle and shall fall down dead. I commend you for being able to read that properly. It was hard. And without speaking one more word, she turned away and left the hall. Everyone was terrified at her saying, when the 12th came forward, for she had not yet bestowed her gift. And though she could not do away with the evil prophecy, yet she could soften it, so she said, "The princess shall not die, but fall into a deep sleep for 100 years." Now the king, being desirous of saving his child even from this misfortune, gave commandment that all the spindles in the kingdom shall be burnt up. The maiden grew up, adorned with all the gifts of the wise women, and she was so lovely, modest, sweet, and kind and clever that no one who saw her could help loving her. It happened one day, she being already 15 years old, that the king and queen rode abroad, and the maiden was left behind alone in the castle. She wandered about into the nooks and corners and into the chambers and parlours, as the fancy took her, till at last she came to an old tower. She climbed the narrow winding stair, which led to a little door, with a rusty key sticking out of the lock. She turned the key, and the door opened, and there, in the little room, Hi, Cassie. Welcome in. How are you doing? How was the rest of your stream yesterday? I was listening. It was very comfy. We're currently also reading the short Brothers Grimm stories. Until people have things they want to submit, if they do. It was good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was so comfy. Yeah. I'm not very good at having a low speaking voice. I hope you're doing wonderfully. Where did I get to? I'm having trouble like focusing on reading, which is not ideal. And there, in the little room, sat an old woman with a spindle, diligently spinning her flax. "Good day, mother," said the princess. "What are you doing?" "I am spinning," answered the old woman, nodding her head. "What is that thing that twists round so briskly?" asked the maiden, and taking the spindle into her hand, she began to spin. But no sooner had she touched it than the evil prophecy was fulfilled, and she pricked her finger with it. In that very moment she fell back upon the bed that stood there, and lay in a deep sleep. As the sleep fell upon the whole castle, the king and queen, who had returned and were in the great hall, fell fast asleep, and with them the whole court. The horses in their stalls, the dogs in the yard, the pigeons on the roof, the flies on the wall, the very fire that flickered on the hearth became still and slept like the rest. And the meat on the spit ceased roasting, and the cook, who was going to pull the scullion's hair for some mistake he had made, let him go and went to sleep. And the wind ceased, and not a leaf fell from the trees about the castle. Then round about the place there grew a hedge of thorns thicker every year, until at last the whole castle was hidden from view, and nothing of it could be seen but the vane on the roof. And a rumour went abroad in all the country of the beautiful sleeping Rosamund, for so was the princess called. And from time to time many kings' sons came and tried to force their way through the hedge, but it was impossible for them to do so, for the thorns held fast together like strong hands, and the young men were caught by them, and not being able to get free, there died a lamentable death. So I've been going over some of the fables of Aesop, but half of them are about chickens, so I just have titles like The Thieves and the Goddamn thieves are stealing my cock. Sorry, you come out of a good soft story, you have that. It's fine. I know that we're not going to have the same comfy vibe as Kashi, because he is very comfy. So it's my spin on comfy ASMR. There are so many stories I was reading I had to replace cock, ass. Yeah. I know you changed ass to mule. And I felt so bad that the last story you ended on was so sad that I made a mental note that I'm not reading that story. I was like sat there in shock, like, this is a kid's story? What the fuck? Hey, you're comfy. Yeah, but I have a different vibe. It was so dark. It was so dark. Actually, it might have been more suitable in that form than the original one. Nietzsche is known for having heavy insights. Yeah, so was the dog and the sparrow. That was awful. There are so many asses. I like sad stuff. I swear I'm not emo. It's The Dog and the Sparrow. It's not like cursed or anything. It just, to end off a comfy reading, it was very sad. I was listening and all I hear is something about stealing cock. Some of these old fables get out there. Yeah, so I'm definitely choosing ones that I know are kind of safe. Extra rooster on the rocks. If the story about the rooster is applicable for stream and would make you giggle in a comfy manner, you are welcome to send it to me. Many a long year afterwards, there came a king's son into that country. I always misread country and county. And heard an old man tell how there should be a castle standing behind the hedge of thorns, and that there was a beautiful, enchanted princess named Rosamond. Had slept for 100 years. And with her the king and queen and the whole court. The old man had been told by his grandfather that many king's sons had sought to pass the thorn hedge. Icky sticking the carpet. But had been caught and pierced by the thorns and had died a miserable death. Then said the young man, "Nevertheless, I do not fear to try. I shall win through and see the lovely Rosamond." The good old man tried to dissuade him, but he would not listen to his words. For now, the 100 years were at an end, and the day had come when Rosamond should be awakened. When the prince drew near the hedge of thorns, it was changed into a hedge of beautiful large flowers, which parted and bent aside to let him pass, and then closed behind him in a thick hedge. When he reached the castle yard, he saw the horses and brindled hunting dogs laying asleep, and on the roof the pigeons were sitting with their heads under their wings. And when he came indoors, the flies on the wall were asleep, the cook in the kitchen had his hand uplifted to strike the scullion, and the kitchen maid had the black fowl on her lap ready to pluck. Then he mounted higher and saw in the hall of the whole court lying asleep, and above them on their thrones slept the king and queen. And still he went farther, and all was so quiet that he could hear his own breathing, and at last he came to the tower, and went up the winding stair, and opened the door of the little room where Rosamond lay. And when he saw her looking so lovely in her sleep, he could not turn away his eyes, and presently he stooped and kissed her, and she awaked and opened her eyes, and looked very kindly on him. As she rose, and they went forth together, the king and the queen and the whole court waked up, and gazed on each other with great eyes of wonderment, and the horses in the yard got up and shook themselves, the hounds sprang up and wagged their tails, the pigeons on the roof drew their heads from under their wings, looked around, and flew into the field. The flies on the wall crept a little farther. The kitchen fire leapt up and blazed, and cooked the meat. The joint on the spit began to roast. The cook gave the scullion such a box on the ear that he roared out, and the maid went on plucking the fowl. Then the wedding of the prince and Rosamond was held with all splendour, and they lived very happily together until their lives' end. Outside of the first sentence of the word cock isn't in a funny place. Ah, damn. performed Aesop once, and I didn't personally perform them actually. I did percussion for the music while also helping as one of the assistant directors. I didn't know it was a performed thing, like just a public reading. Question, is Chevelle emo music? Because I recently heard one of their songs, and if it is emo, then call me emo because this shit slaps. I don't know. I need to use the bathroom, is that okay? Go piss, girl. Okay. I will be right back. The fire sounds are really nice. It's very comfy. Hello, Issa. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Iggy Kuda and Faye were the last day standing. Not rigged at all. He's very rigged. I'm okay. How are you? I'm okay. I'm glad that you're doing okay. It's nice to see you. There's a lot about wolves. How was the stream? I didn't get to see much today. Yeah, I hope you had a wonderful stream. It's nice to see you too, cutie parrot. Nah, I'm glad. Had to enter early because tomorrow medical appointment. Well, all the best. I wish you all of the best with your medical appointment. Fingers crossed. This one is in. Is this one translated? It's very, very short. see what I can find tomorrow. I know a lot of animations because it fits the story vibe, but stage is a step I can't quite see. So it's only emo if you consider it emo. Well then, that means I'm not emo. It also means Faye is an exception. She is emo. Fuck you. Okay. This one is called Frau Trude. Oh. There was once a little girl who was obstinate and inquisitive, and when her parents told her to do anything, she did not obey them. And how could she fare well? How could she fare well? One day she said to her parents, I have heard so much of Frau Trude. I will go to her someday. People say that everything about her does look so strange, and that there are such odd things in her house that I have become quite curious. Her parents absolutely forbade her and said, Frau Trude is a bad woman who does wicked things, and if thou goest to her, thou art no longer our child. But the maiden did not let herself be turned aside by her parents' prohibition, and still went to Frau Trude. And when she got to her, Frau Trude said, Why art thou so pale? Ah, she replied, and her whole body trembled. I have been so terrified at what I have seen. What hast thou seen? I saw a black man on your steps. That was a collier. Then I saw a green man. That was a huntsman. After that, I saw a blood-red man. That was a butcher. Ah, Frau Trude, I was terrified. I looked through the window and saw not you, but, as I verily believe, the devil himself with a head of fire. Oh, she said, then thou hast seen the witch in her proper costume. I have been waiting for thee and wanting thee a long time already. Thou shalt give me some light. Then she changed the girl into a block of wood and threw it into the fire. And when it was in full blaze, she sat down close to it and warmed herself by it and said, That shines bright for once in a way. Yeah, the Princess of Russia, damn, welcome in. I'm not an emo. Ah, Your Majesty, it is an honour to have thyself present. Sorry, my eye was a bit dry. I have to say, some of these are named very strangely. Okay. Faye gave me a fuck you so gentle I took it as a compliment. Why do you gotta be so cute and precious? No, you. There once was a man who had 7 sons, but never a daughter, however much he wished for one. At last, however, he had a daughter. His joy was great, but the child was small and delicate, and, on account of its weakness, it was to be christened at home. The father sent one of his sons in haste to the spring to fetch some water. The other 6 ran with him, and because each of them wanted to be the first to draw the water, between them the pitcher fell into the brook. There they stood and didn't know what to do, and not one of them ventured to go home. As they did not come back, their father became impatient and said, "Perhaps the young rascals are playing about and have forgotten it altogether." He became anxious lest his little girl should die unbaptized, and in hot vexation he cried, "I wish the youngsters would all turn into ravens." Arigato. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your time here. Scarcely were the words uttered when he heard a whirring in the air above his head, and looking upwards, he saw 7 coal-black ravens flying away. The parents could not undo the spell, and were very sad about the loss of their 7 sons, but they consoled themselves. Good to be here. I have no doubt that I will. Hello, Steve. It's nice to meet you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. What are we reading, though? I'm reading Grimm, Fairy Tales by the Brothers Grimm. And sometimes chat submits something short that I can read. But they consoled themselves in some measure with their dear little daughter, who soon became strong and every day more beautiful. For a long time she was unaware that she had any brothers, for her parents took care not to mention it. However, one day by chance she heard some people saying about her, "Oh yes, the girl's pretty enough, but you know she is really to blame for the misfortune of her 7 brothers." Sorry. Then she became very sad and went to her father and mother and asked if she had ever had any brothers and what had become of them. The parents could no longer conceal the secret. They said, however, that what had happened was by the decree of heaven, and that her birth was merely the innocent occasion. But the little girl could not get the matter off her conscience for a single day, and thought that she was bound to release her brothers again. She had no peace or quiet until she had secretly set out and gone forth into the wide world to trace her brothers, wherever they might be, and to free them, let it cost what it might. She took nothing with her but a little ring as a remembrance of her parents, and a loaf of bread against hunger, and a pitcher of water against thirst, and a little chair in case of fatigue. She kept ever going on and on until she came to the end of the world. Then she came to the sun. Okay, Cosmic. I hope you had fun. Sleep well, have sweet dreams, and a great start to your day tomorrow. Hello there. Welcome back. Then she came to the sun, but it was hot and terrible. It devoured little children. She ran hastily away to the moon, but it was too cold, and moreover, dismal and dreary. And when the child was looking at it, it said, I smell man's flesh." Then she quickly made off and came to the stars, and they were kind and good, and everyone sat on his own special seat. But the morning star stood up and gave her a little bone and said, "Unless you have this bone, you cannot open the glass mountain, and in the glass mountain are your brothers." Bye everyone, and have a good rest of the stream. Why am I actually finding a short goth British woman reading fairy tales to us actually entertaining? I don't know, but I am flattered. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. All the love in the world. This girl took the bone and wrapped it up carefully in a little kerchief and went on again until she came to the glass mountain. The gate was closed, and she meant to get out the little bone, but when she undid the kerchief, it's the purple hoodie, purple is life. I'm glad you like it. It was empty, and she had lost the good star's present. How now was she to set to work? She was determined to rescue her brothers, but had no key to open the glass mountain. The good little sister took a knife and cut off her own tiny finger, fitted it into the keyhole, and succeeded in opening the lock. When she had entered, she met a dwarf who said, "My child, what are you looking for?" "I am looking for my brothers, the 7 ravens," she answered. The dwarf said, "My masters, the ravens, are not home, but if you like to wait until they come, please to walk in." Thereupon the dwarf brought in the raven's supper on 7 little plates and in 7 little cups, and the little sister ate a crumb or 2 from each of the little plates, and took a sip from each of the little cups. But she let the ring she had brought with her fall into the last little cup. All at once a whirring and crying were heard in the air. The dwarf said, "Now my masters, the ravens, are coming home." Then they came in and wanted to eat and drink, and begun to look about for their little plates and cups. But they said, one after another, "Halloa! Who has been eating off my plate? Who has been drinking out of my cup? There has been some human mouth here." And when the 7th drank to the bottom of his cup, the ring rolled up against his lips. He looked at it and recognized it as a ring belonging to his father and mother, and said, "God grant that our sister may be here, and that we may be delivered." As the maiden was standing behind the door listening, she heard the wish and came forward, and then all the ravens got back their human form again, and they embraced and kissed one another and went joyfully home. Cute. I'm going to quickly blow my nose. Okay. It's generally quite difficult to work out which ones are not massively sad. This one is called The Raven. I hope it's not. Most of the grim tales are, well, kind of grim. Yes. I am okay with poems, yeah. I quite like the grim tales. I just want you guys to be comfy. There was once a queen who had a little daughter still in arms. One day the child was naughty and would not be quiet, whatever her mother might say. So she grew impatient, and as the ravens were flying round the castle, she opened the window and said, "I wish you were a raven, that you might fly away, and then I should have peace." She had hardly said the words when the child was changed into a raven and flew out of the window. She flew straight into a dark wood, and her parents did not know what had become of her. One day a man was passing through this wood and heard the raven calling. When he was near enough, the raven said, "I am a princess by birth, and I am bewitched, but you can deliver me from the spell." "What must I do?" asked he. "Go further into the wood," she said, "and you will come to a house with an old woman in it who will offer you food and drink, but you must not take any. If you eat or drink what she offers you, you will fall into a deep sleep, and then you will never be able to deliver me. There is a great heap of tan in the garden behind the house. You must stand on it and wait for me. I will come for 3 days in a coach drawn by 4 horses, which on the first day will be white, on the second chestnut, and on the last black. If you are not awake, I shall not be delivered." And the brother's name was Grimm, so that is definitely coincidental. Indeed, but they're the opposite of, say, a Hans Christian Andersen approach. That's fair. The man promised to do everything that she asked, but the raven said, "Alas, I know that you will not deliver me. You will take what the woman offers you, and I shall never be freed from the spell." He promised once more not to touch either the food or the drink, but when he reached the house, the old woman said to him, "Poor man, how tired you are. Come and refresh yourself, eat and drink." "No," said the man. Thank you for the snack, ... "No," said the man, "I will neither eat nor drink." But she persisted and said, "Well, if you won't eat, take a sip out of the glass. 1 sip is nothing." Then he yielded and took a little sip. About 2 o'clock he went down into the garden and stood on the tan heap to wait for the raven. All at once he became so tired that he could not keep on his feet and lay down for a moment, not meaning to go to sleep. But he had hardly stretched himself out before his eyelids closed, and he fell fast asleep. He slept so soundly that nothing in the world could have awakened him. At 2 o'clock, the raven came, drawn by her 4 white horses, but she was already very sad, for she said, "I know he is asleep." She alighted from the carriage, went to him, shook him, and called him, but he did not wake. Next day at dinner time, the old woman came again and brought him food and drink, but again he refused to touch it, but she left him no peace, till at last she induced him to take a sip from the glass. Towards 2 o'clock he again went into the garden and stood on the tan heap, meaning to wait for the raven. But he suddenly became so tired that he sunk down and fell into a deep sleep. When the raven drove up with her chestnut horses, she was very mournful and said, "I know he is asleep." She went to him, but he was fast asleep, and she could not wake him. Next day the old woman said, "What is the meaning of this? If you don't eat or drink, you will die." He said, "I must not, and I will not either eat or drink." She put the dish of food and the glass of wine before him, and when the scent of the wine reached him, he could withstand it no longer, and took a good draught. Or draught? When the time came, he went into the garden and stood on the tan heap, and waited for the raven, but he was more tired than ever, lay down and slept like a log. At 2 o'clock the raven came, drawn by 4 black horses. The coach and everything about it was black. She herself was in the deepest mourning and said, "Alas, I know he is asleep." She shook him and called him, but she could not wake him. Finding her efforts in vain, she placed a loaf beside him, a piece of meat and a bottle of wine. Then she took a golden ring on which her name was engraved and put it on his finger. Lastly, she laid a letter by him, saying that the bread, the meat, and the wine were inexhaustible. She also said, "I see that you cannot deliver me here, but if you still wish to do so, come to the golden castle of Stromberg. I know that it is still in your power." Then she seated herself in her coach again and drove to the golden castle of Stromberg. When the man woke and found that he had been asleep, his heart grew heavy, and he said, "She certainly must have passed, and I have not delivered her." Then his eyes fell on the things laying by him, and he read the letter which told him all that had occurred. So he got up and went away to find the golden castle of Stromberg, but he had no idea where to find it. When he had wandered about for a long time, he came to a dark wood, whence he could not find his way out. After walking about in it, for a fortnight, he lay down one night under a bush to sleep, for he was very tired. But he heard such lamentations and howling that he could not go to sleep. Then he saw a light glimmering in the distance and went towards it. When he reached it, he found that it came from a house which looked very tiny because a huge giant was standing at the door. He thought, "If I go in and the giant sees me, I shan't escape with my life." But at last he ventured to go forward. When the giant saw him, he said, "It's a good thing you have appeared. I have had nothing to eat for an age. I will just swallow you for my dinner." "You had better let me alone," said the man. "I shan't let myself be swallowed in a hurry. If you only want something to eat, I have plenty here to satisfy you." "If you are speaking the truth," said the giant, "you may be quite easy. I was only going to eat you because I had nothing else." Then they went in and sat down at the table, and the man produced the bread, the meat, and the wine, which were inexhaustible. "This just suits me," said the giant, and he ate as much as he ever could. The man said to him, "Can't you tell me where to find the golden castle?" The giant said, "I will look at my map. Every town, village, and house is marked upon it." He fetched the map, but the castle was not to be found. "It doesn't matter," he said. "I have a bigger map upstairs in my chest. We will look for it there." At last, the golden castle was discovered, but it was many thousands of miles away. "How am I ever to get there?" asked the man. The giant said, "I have a couple of hours to spare. I will carry you near it, but then I must come back to look after my wife and child." Then the giant transported him to within 100 miles of the castle and said, "You will be able to find your way from here alone." He then went back, and the man went on, till at last he came to the golden castle. Welcome back, Quiz SEL. And hello Red, welcome in. How are you doing today? Definitely fair. I just like the fact Grim was just a name. There's a place in England called Grimsby, which came from Norse origins with Grim being a name and by meaning village of. So Grimsby isn't grim, it was just a village ruled over by Grim. And again, coincidentally, Grimsby is kind of grim, though it has been some time since I visited. It is a bit grim. Did I hamper right? I guess so. How are you doing? I hope you're doing wonderfully. It stood on a mountain of glass, and the bewitched maiden drove round and round it every day on her coach. He was delighted to see her again, and wanted to go to her at once. But when he tried to climb the mountain, he found it was so slippery that he slid back at every step. When he found he could not reach her, he grew very sad and said to himself, I will stay down here and wait for her. So he built himself a little hut and lived in it for a whole year. He could see the princess above, driving round the castle every day, but he could not get to her. Then one day he saw 3 robbers fighting and called out to them, God be with you. They stopped at the sound of his voice. But seeing nothing, they began to fight again. Very right, we are enjoying Fae reading stories. Yeah. I feel I'm about to fall back asleep. Oh, I'm sorry. Again, they stopped and looked about, but seeing no one, went on fighting. Then he cried for a 3rd time. God be with you. Again they stopped and looked about, but as there was no one visible, they fell more savagely than ever. He said to himself, I must go and see what it is all about. He went up and asked them why they were fighting. One of them said he had found a stick which made any door fly open which it touched. The second said he found a cloak which made him invisible when he wore it. The third said he had caught a horse which could go anywhere, even up the mountain of glass. They could not decide whether these things should be common property or whether they should divide them. Then said the man, I will exchange them with you, if you like. I have no money, but I have something more valuable. First, however, I must test your things to see if you are speaking the truth. They let him get on the horse, put on the cloak, and take the stick in his hand. When he had got them all, he was nowhere to be seen. Then he gave them a sound drubbing and said, There, you have your deserts, you bears. You may be satisfied with that. Then he rode up the glass mountain, and when he reached the castle, he found the gate was shut. He touched it with his stick, and it flew open. He went in and straight up the stairs into the gallery where the maiden sat with the golden cup of wine before her. But she could not see him because he had the cloak on. He took that ring she had given him and dropped it into the cup, where it fell with a clink. She cried, That's my ring! The man who is to deliver me must be here. They searched for him all over the castle, but could not find him, for he had gone outside, taken off the cloak, and mounted his horse. When the people came to the gate and saw him, they raised cries of joy. He dismounted and took the princess in his arms. She kissed him and said, Now you have delivered me, and tomorrow we will celebrate our marriage. Meow, meow, fucking meow, I'll go to sleep. Meow, I am EP. Meow, don't read this. I don't want to interrupt your reading. Meow, good night. Have a good night. I hope you sleep well, have sweet dreams, and a great start to your day tomorrow. Why does this one remind me of the Deathly Hallows? It kind of did, yeah. I have to play something with Plunder before I have peace to sleep again. Yeah, no problem. Have fun. Thank you for the look. Hello, Jo June. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Thank you. The model is very, very cute. I kind of thought it sounded like the Deathly Hallows for a moment. Okay, I see Cecil's. Yes, I saw. Was the Deathly Hallows the show based on the Brothers Grimm stories? It was Harry Potter. It could have been, but I don't know. Hello, Kazo. Welcome in. How are you doing today? I know there was a show like that where they hunted down Grimms. That was half people, half monsters. Harry Potter had a story of 3 powerful items. Yeah. J.K. Rowling grabbed a bunch of names and stuff from Old English, but as far as I know, the stories are all original. Go placidly amid the noise and the haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible, without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others, even to the dull and the ignorant. They too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexatious to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain or bitter. For always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career, however humble. It is a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Oh. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery, but let this not blind you to what virtue there is. Many persons strive for higher ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. Be yourself, especially do not feign affection, neither be cynical about love, for in the face of all aridity and disenchantment, it is as perennial as the grass. Take kindly to the counsel of the years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune, but do not distress yourself with dark imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Beyond a wholesome discipline, be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars. You have the right to be here. And whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore, be at peace with God, whatever you conceive him to be. And whatever your labors and aspirations, in the noisy confusion of life, keep peace in your soul. With all its sham, drudgery, and broken dreams, it is still a beautiful world. Be cheerful. Strive to be happy. also written in one of the side books, and it reads really similar. Update from Google. J.K. Rowling did admit to the three brothers being an influence for the Deathly Hallows. Oh. Sap the old strad on them cheeks from me. Yes. Schmack their cheeks. Written in 1927 and still holds up. It was very nice. My eye is a little bit dry. Oh, I can't believe it's been 3 hours already. It's crazy. There, my blessing with thee, and these few precepts in thy memory. Look, thou character, give thy thoughts no tongue, nor any unproportioned thought his act. Bear back, I'm gonna freshen me bum in the shower. Have a good shower. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. Those friends thou hast and their adoption tried, grapple them unto thy soul with hoops of steel, but do not dull thy palm with entertainment. Of each new-hatched, unfledged comrade, beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in, bear't that the opposed may beware of thee. Give every man thy ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy, rich, not gaudy. For the apparel oft proclaims the man, and they in France, of the best rank and station, are of the most select and generous chief in that. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day. Thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell, my blessing season, this in thee. Thank you. With the amount of water I'm drinking, I'm going to have to pee so much. Too much peeing. Piss stream? No. Little pissy, stop. It's good to stumble across the origins of phrases you know, but not know where they come from. It does. With Cecile. So vulgar. Yesterday and today I've had very dry eyes. It's very frustrating. I couldn't sleep for a very long time because my eye was so dry that it was stinging. Fair enough. Yeah, I looked up the never a borrower nor a lender be years ago, and since then I have had that excerpt in my head every time. But that's outside of comfy stream. Sorry, I was rubbing my eye. Let me see. Apparently there are 200 Brothers Grimm tales. Just make sure you don't pop the eye. You need it, I think. I do need it. You're so right. Mm. 200. Well, there were 2 of them. Seems pretty unfair. Oh gosh, this one is incredibly long. Let me see. Apparently I found all of the incredibly long ones. But this one's okay, hopefully. Oops. Okay. There was once a king who was so ill that it was thought impossible his life could be saved. He had 3 sons, and they were all in great distress on his account. And they went into the castle gardens and wept at the thought that he must die. An old man came up to them and asked the cause of their grief. They told him that their father was dying and nothing could save him. The old man said, "There is only one remedy which I know. It is the water of life. If he drinks of it, he will recover, but it is very difficult to find." The eldest son said, "I will soon find it," and he went to the sick man to ask permission to go in search of the water of life, and that was the only thing to cure him. "No," said the king, "the danger is too great. I would rather die." But he persisted so long that at last the king gave his permission. The prince thought, "If I bring this water, I shall be the favourite, and I shall inherit the kingdom." So he set off, and when he had ridden some distance, he came upon a dwarf, standing in the road, who cried, "Whither away so fast?" "Stupid little fellow," said the prince proudly, "what business is it of yours?" and rode on. The little man was very angry and made an evil vow. Soon after, the prince came to a gorge in the mountains, and the further he rode, the narrower it became, till he could go no further. His horse could neither go forward nor turn around for him to dismount, so there he sat, jammed in. The sick king waited a long time for him, but he never came back. Then the second son said, "Father, let me go and find the water of life," thinking, "If my brother is dead, I shall have the kingdom." The king at first refused to let him go, but at last he gave his consent. So the prince started on the same road as his brother and met the same dwarf, who stopped him and asked why he was going in such a hurry. "Little snippet, what does it matter to you?" he said, and rode away without looking back. But the dwarf cast a spell over him, and he too got into a narrow gorge like his brother, where he could neither go backwards nor forwards. This is what happens to the haughty. As the second son also stayed away, the youngest, one offered to go and fetch the water of life, and at last the king was obliged to let him go. When he met the dwarf, and he asked him where he was hurrying to, he stopped and said, "I am searching for the water of life because my father is dying." "Do you know where it is to be found?" "No," said the prince. "As you have spoken pleasantly to me and not been haughty like your false brothers, I will help you and tell you how to find the water of life. It flows from a fountain in the courtyard of an enchanted castle, but you will never get in unless I give you an iron rod and 2 loaves of bread. With the rod, strike 3 times on the iron gate of the castle, and it will spring open. Inside you will find 2 lions with wide open jaws, but if you throw a loaf to each, they will be quiet. Then you must make haste to fetch the water of life before it strikes 12, or the gates of the castle will close and you will be shut in." The prince thanked him, took the rod and the loaves, and set off. When he reached the castle, all was just as the dwarf had said. At the 3rd knock, the gate flew open, and when he had pacified the lions with the loaves, he walked into the castle. In the great hall he found several enchanted princes, and he took the rings from their fingers. He also took a sword and a loaf which were laying by them. On passing into the next room, he found a beautiful maiden, who rejoiced at his coming. She embraced him and said that he had saved her and should have the whole of her kingdom, and if he would come back in a year, she would marry him. She also told him where to find the fountain with the enchanted water, but she said he must make haste to get out of the castle before the clock struck 12. Then he went on and came to a room where there was this beautiful bed freshly made, and as he was very tired, he thought he would take a little rest. So he lay down and fell asleep. When he woke, it was striking to 11:45. He sprang up in a fright and ran to the fountain, took some of the water in a cup which was lying near, and hurried away. The clock struck just as he reached the iron gate, and it banged so quickly that it took off a bit of his heel. He was rejoiced at having got some of the water of life and hasted on his homeward journey. He again passed the dwarf, who said, "When he saw the sword and the loaf, those things will be of much service to you. You'll be able to strike down whole armies with the sword, and the loaf will never come to an end." The prince did not want to go home without his brothers, and he said, "Good dwarf, could you not tell me where my brothers are? They went in search of the water of life before I did, but they never came back. They are both stuck fast in a narrow mountain gorge. I cast a spell over them because of their pride." When the prince begged so hard that they might be released, that at last the dwarf yielded, but he warned him against them and said, "Beware of them, they have bad hearts." He was delighted to see his brothers when they came back and told them all that had happened to him, how he had found the water of life and brought a goblet full with him, how he had released the beautiful princess, who would wait a year for him and then marry him, and he would become a great prince. They then rode away together and came to a land where famine and war were raging. The king thought he would be utterly ruined. So great was the destitution. The prince went to him and gave him the loaf, and with it he fed and satisfied his whole kingdom. The prince also gave him his sword, and he smote the whole army of his enemies with it, and then he was able to live in peace and quiet. When the prince took back his sword and loaf, the 3 brothers rode on, but they had to pass 2 more countries where war and famine were raging. Each time, the prince gave his sword and his loaf to the king, and in this way he saved 3 kingdoms. After that, they took a ship and crossed the sea. During the passage, the 2 elder brothers said to each other, "Our youngest brother found the water of life, and we did not, so our Father will give him the kingdom which we ought to have, and he will take away our fortune from us. This thought made them very vindictive, and they made up their minds to get rid of him. They waited till he was asleep, and then they emptied the water of life from his goblet and took it themselves, and filled up his cup with salt sea water. As soon as they got home, the youngest prince took his goblet to the king, so that he might drink of the water which was to make him well. But after drinking only a few drops of the sea water, he became more ill than ever. As he was bewailing himself, his 2 elder sons came to him and accused the youngest of trying to poison him, and said that they had the real water of life and gave him some. No sooner had he drunk it than he felt better, and he soon became as strong and as well as he had been in his youth. The 2 went to the youngest brother and mocked him, saying, "It was you who found the water of life. You had all the trouble, while we have the reward. You should have been wiser and kept your eyes open. We stole it from you while you were asleep on the ship. When the end of the year comes, one of us will go and bring away the beautiful princess. But don't dare to betray us. Our father will certainly not believe you. And if you say a single word, you will lose your life. Your only chance is to keep silence." The old king was very angry with his youngest son, thinking that he had tried to take his life. So he had the court assembled to give judgment upon him, and it was decided that he must be secretly got out of the way. One day, when the prince was going out hunting, thinking no evil, the king's huntsman was ordered to go with him. Seeing the huntsman look sad, the prince said to him, "My good huntsman, what is the matter with you?" The huntsman answered, "I can't bear to tell you, and yet I must." The prince said, "Say it out, whatever it is, I will forgive you." "Alas," said the huntsman, "I am to shoot you dead. It is the king's command." The prince was horror-stricken and said, "Dear huntsman, do not kill me. Give me my life. Let me have your dress, and you shall have my royal robes." The huntsman said, "I will gladly do so. I could never have shot you." So they changed clothes, and the huntsman went home, but the prince wandered away into the forest. After a time, 3 wagon loads of gold and precious stones came to the king from his youngest son. They were sent by the kings, who had been saved by the prince's sword and his miraculous loaf, and who now wished to show their gratitude. Then the old king thought, "What if my son really was innocent?" and said to his people, "If only he were still alive, how sorry I am that I ordered him to be killed." "He is still alive," said the huntsman. "I could not find it in my heart to carry out your command," and he told the king what had taken place. Certain sections of the game are so slow I'm having to play the game in 200% speed on the emulator. Oh goodness, that's awful. A load fell from the king's heart on hearing the good news, and he sent out a proclamation to all parts of his kingdom that his son was to come home, where he would be received with great favour. In the meantime, the princess had caused a road to be made of pure shining gold leading to her castle, and told her people that whoever came riding straight along it would be the true bridegroom, and they were to admit him. But anyone who came either on one side of the road or the other would not be the right one, and he was not to be let in. When a year had almost passed, the eldest prince thought that he would hurry to the princess, and by giving himself out as her deliverer. Alright, I'm back from games Fae reading kept good company. I'm glad to hear that. And by giving himself out as her deliverer would gain a wife and a kingdom as well. So he rode away, And when he saw the beautiful golden road, he thought it would be 1,000 pities to ride upon it. So he turned aside and rode to the right of it. When he reached the gate, the people told him that he was not the true bridegroom, and he had to go away. Soon after, the second prince came, and when he saw the golden road, he thought it would be 1,000 pities for his horse to tread upon it. So he turned aside and rode up the left of it. But when he reached the gate, he was told that he was not the true bridegroom, and like his brother, was turned away. I will take it at the end of this. When the year had quite come to an end, the third prince came out of the wood to ride to his beloved, and through her to forget all his past sorrows. So on he went, thinking only of her, and wishing to be with her. And he never even saw the golden road. His horse cantered right along the middle of it, and when he reached the gate it was flung open, and the princess received him joyfully, and called him her deliverer, and the lord of her kingdom. Their marriage was celebrated without delay, and with much rejoicing. When it was over, she told him that his father had called him back and forgiven him. So he went to him and told him everything, how his brothers had deceived him, and how they had forced him to keep silence. The old king wanted to punish them, but they had taken a ship and sailed away over the sea, and they never came back as long as they lived. I will take my temperature, but what I will do is I will mute because the loud beeping is not very comfy. So just give me a moment. It is 38. Beep ASMR. Hello, Coven. Welcome back. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. I'm glad to hear that. Did you have fun playing Armor? I think I'm gonna head to bed. Thank you for the stories today, Faye. Good night, everyone. Good night, Faye. I hope you sleep well. Have sweet dreams and a great start to your day tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out. Get some good sleep. Bit tired from the many voices of RTOing, but it was fun. I'm glad you had fun. Get comfy. There was once a prince who was betrothed to a maiden, the daughter of a king, whom he loved very much. One day when they were together, and very happy, a messenger came from the prince's father, who was lying ill, to summon him home as he wished to see him before he died. He said to his beloved, "I must go away and leave you now, but I give you this ring as a keepsake. When I am king, I will come and fetch you away." Then he rode off, and when he got home he found his father on his deathbed. His father said, "My dear son, I wanted to see you once before I die. promise to marry the bride I have chosen for you. And he named a certain princess. His son was very sad, and without reflecting promised to do what his father wished. And thereupon the king closed his eyes and died. Now, when the prince had been proclaimed king, and the period of mourning was past, the time came when he had to keep his promise to his father. He made his offer to the princess, and it was accepted. His betrothed heard of this and grieved so much over his faithlessness that she nearly died. The king, her father asked, "Dear child, why are you so sad? You shall have whatever you desire." She thought for a moment, then said, "Dear father, I want 11 maidens, all exactly like me in face, figure, and height." The king said, "If it is possible, your wish shall be fulfilled." Then he caused a search to be made all over his kingdom, till the 11 maidens were found, all exactly like his daughter. The princess ordered 12 huntsmen's dresses to be made, which she commanded the maidens to wear, putting on the 12th herself. Then she took leave of her father and rode away with the maidens to the court of her former bridegroom, whom she loved so dearly. She asked him if he wanted any huntsmen, and whether he would take them all into his service. The king did not recognize her, but as were all so handsome that he said yes, he would engage them. So they all entered the king's service. Now, the king had a lion, which was a wonderful creature, for he knew all secret and hidden things. He said to the king one evening, "You fancy you have 12 huntsmen there, don't you?" "Yes," said the king. "You are mistaken," said the lion. "They are 12 maidens." The king answered, "That can't be true. How can you prove it?" "Oh, have some peas strewn in your anteroom tomorrow, and you will soon see. Men have a firm tread, and when they walk on peas, they don't move. But maidens trip and trot and slide, and make the peas roll about." The king was pleased with the lion's advice and ordered the peas to be strewn on the floor. There was, however, a servant of the king who favoured the huntsmen, and when he heard that they were to be put to this test, he went and told them all about it, and said, "The lion is going to prove to the king that you are maidens." The princess thanked him and said afterwards to her maidens, "Do your utmost to tread firmly on the peas." Next morning, when the king ordered them to be called, they walked into the antechamber with so firm a tread that not a pea moved. When they had gone away, beware the floor covered in pea, and they will be delighted at the sight as no man would be. This plan also pleased the king, and he ordered the spinning wheels. But again the kind servant warned the huntsmen of the plan. When they were alone, the princess said to her maidens, "Control yourselves, and don't so much as look at the spinning wheels." When the king next morning sent for the huntsmen, they walked through the antechamber without even glancing at the spinning wheels. Then the king said to the lion, "You lied to me. They are men, they never looked at the spinning wheels." The lion answered, "They knew they were on trial and restrained themselves, but the king would not believe him any more." Oh, I missed an entire section. The 12 huntsmen always went with the king on his hunting expeditions, and the longer he had them, the better he liked them. Now, it happened one day, when they were out hunting, that the news came of the royal bride's approach. When the true bride heard it, the shock was so great that her heart nearly stopped. and she fell down in a dead faint. The king, thinking something had happened to his favourite huntsman, ran to help him, pulled off his glove, and he saw the ring which he had given to his first betrothed. And when he looked her in the face, he recognised her. He was so moved that he kissed her, and when she opened her eyes, he said, "Thou art mine, and I am thine, and nobody in the world shall separate us." Then he sent a messenger to the other bride and begged her to go home, as he already had a wife, and he who has an old dish does not need a new one. Their marriage was then celebrated, and the lion was taken into favour again, as, after all, he had spoken the truth. That one was really interesting. I apologize. I need to use the bathroom again. I'm trying to stay hydrated while reading, and it's just going right through me. I will try to be quick. I'm back. Quiet Riot is very cute. Thank you. Mine hindquarter hath been cleansed. I shall now bombard myself into mine beddings, enjoyingeth. Fae comfieth, readingeth, I mayeth, have bitteth, mineth, tongueth. If ith a doketh. Okay, with a seal. Get comfy. And if you fall asleep before, I hope you sleep well. Have sweet dreams and a great start to your day tomorrow. I just need to just rage quit, otherwise my laptop was getting heated. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm sorry that you didn't have any fun. And that would put a damper on Wednesday plans. Ah, yeah. True. Very, very true. The Wren and the Bear. Once upon a time, in the summer, a bear and a wolf were taking a walk in a wood when the bear heard a bird singing most beautifully, and he said, "If such case becomes reality, I now shall too wish all of thee sweetest dreams. Good night." Then the bear heard a bird singing most beautifully, and he said, "Brother Wolf, what kind of bird is that singing so beautifully?" "That is the king of the birds, and we must bow down to it." But really, it was a wren. "If that is so," said the bear, "I should like to see his royal palace. Come, you must take me to it." "That's not so easy," said the wolf. "You must wait till the queen comes." Soon after, the queen made her appearance, bringing food in her beak, and the king came with her to feed their little ones. The bear would have liked to go in at once, but the wolf held him by the sleeve and said, "No, now you must wait till the king and queen fly away again." So they marked the opening of the nest and trudged on, but the bear had no rest till he could see the royal palace, and before long he went back. The king and the queen had gone out again. He peeped in and saw 5 or 6 young ones lying in the nest. "Is that the royal palace?" cried the bear. "What a miserable place! And do you mean to say that you are royal children? You must be changelings." When the young wrens heard this, they were furious and shrieked, "No, indeed we're not. Our parents are honest people. We must have this out with you." The bear and the wolf were very much frightened. They turned around and ran home to their dens. But the young wrens continued to shriek and scream aloud, and when their parents came back with more food, they said, "We won't touch so much as a leg of a fly, even if we starve, till you tell us whether we are really your lawful children or not. The bear has been here calling us names." Then said the old king, "Only be quiet, and this shall be seen to." Thereupon he and his wife the queen flew off to the bear in his den and called in to him, "Old Bruin, why have you been calling our children names? It will turn out badly for you, and it will lead to a bloody war between us." So war was declared, and all the 4-footed animals were called together: the ox, the donkey, the cow, the stag, the roe deer, and every other creature on the earth. But the wren called together every creature which flew into the air, not only birds, both large and small, but also the gnats, the hornets, the bees, and the flies. When the time came for the war to begin, the wren set out scouts to discover where the commanding generals of the enemy were to be found. The gnats were the most cunning of all. They swarmed in the wood where the enemy were assembled, and at last they hid themselves under the leaf of the tree where the orders were being given. The bear called the fox up to him and said, "You are the slyest of all the animals, Reynard. You shall be our general and lead us." "Very good," said the fox, "but what shall we have for a signal?" But nobody could think of anything. Then said the fox, "I have a fine, long, bushy tail, which almost looks like a red feather brush. When I hold my tail erect, things are going well, and you must march forward at once. But if it droops, You must all run away as hard as ever you can." When the gnats heard this, they flew straight home and told the wrens every detail. When the day broke, all the four-footed animals came. Rushing to the spot where the battle was to take place. They came with such a trampling that the earth shook. The wren and his army also came swarming through the air. They fluttered and buzzed, enough to terrify one, and then they made for one another. The wren sent the hornet down with orders to seat herself under the tail of the fox and to sting him with all her might. When the fox felt the first sting, he quivered, raised one leg in the air, but he bore it bravely and kept his tail erect. At the second sting, he was forced to let it droop for a moment. But the third time he could bear it no longer, he screamed, and down went his tail between his legs. When the animals saw this, they thought all was lost, and off they ran, helter-skelter, as fast as they could go, each to his own den. So the birds won the battle. When it was over, the king and queen flew home to their children and cried, "Children, be happy, eat and drink to your heart's content, we have won the battle." But the young wrens said, "We won't eat till the bear comes here to make an apology and says that we are really and truly your lawful children." Yes, they did. Thrice, yeah. The wren flew to the bear's den and cried, "Old Bruin, you will have to come and apologize to my children for calling them names, or else you'll have your ribs broken." I'm sorry. So in great terror, thank you for the lurk, I appreciate you. So in great terror, the bear crept to the nest and apologized, and at last the young wrens were satisfied, and they ate and drank and made merry till far into the night. Hello, Goopy. Welcome in. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing wonderfully. Hello, Wiki. Thank you for the head pat. I am a bean listening to the reading of the Fae. I am great. I'm glad to hear that. All the love in the world to you. Okay, I found one. A cat once made the acquaintance of a mouse, and she said so much to it about her love and friendship that at last the mouse agreed to go into partnership and live with her. "We must take precautions for the winter," said the cat, "or we shall suffer from hunger. You, little mouse, dare not venture everywhere, and in the end you will get me into a fix." So the good advice was followed, and a pot of fat was purchased. They did not know where to keep it, but after much deliberation the cat said, "I know no place where it would be safer than in the church. Nobody dare venture to take anything there. We will put it under the altar, and will not touch it till we are obliged to." So the pot was deposited in safety, but before long the cat began to hanker after it, and said to the mouse, "Oh, little mouse, my cousin has asked me to be a godmother. She has brought a son into the world. He is white with brown spots, and I am to hold him at the font. Let me go out today, and you stay alone to look after the house. Oh yes, said the mouse. By all means go, and if you have anything nice to eat, think of me. I would gladly have a drop of sweet raspberry wine myself. Now, there wasn't a word of truth in all this. The cat had no cousin, and she had not been invited to be godmother at all. She went straight to the church, crept to the pot of fat. Hi, Tickly, welcome in. How you doing today? And began to lick it, and she licked and licked the whole of the top of it. Top off it. Come, Pope Pope. Hello. Hi there, sweet bean. Then she took a stroll on the housetops and reflected on her proceedings, after which she stretched herself in the sun and wiped her whiskers every time she thought of the pot of fat. She did not go home till evening. Oh, there you are again, said the mouse. You must have had a merry time. Oh, well enough, answered the cat. What kind of name was given to the child? Asked the mouse. Top off, answered the cat dryly. Top off, cried the mouse. What an extraordinary name. Is it a common one in your family? What does it matter, said the cat. It's not worse than crumb stealers, as your godchildren are called. Not long after the cat was again overcome by her desires, she said to the mouse, You must oblige me again by looking after the house alone. For the second time I have been asked to be a sponsor, and as the child has a white ring around its neck, I can't refuse. The good little mouse was quite ready to oblige, and the cat stole away behind the city walls to the church and ate half of the pot of fat. Nothing tastes better, she said, than what one eats by oneself, and she was quite satisfied with her day's work. When she got home, the mouse asked what this child had been named. Half Gone. What do you say? I have never heard such a name in my life. I don't believe you would find it in the calendar. Soon, the cat's mouth watered again for the dainty morsel. Good things always come in threes, she said to the mouse. Again, I am to stand sponsor. This child is quite black with big white paws, and not another white hair on its body. Such a thing only occurs once in a few years. You will let me go out again, won't you? Top off, half gone. They are such curious names, they set me thinking. Thank you for the look, enjoy your supper. You sit at home in your dark grey velvet coat, said the cat, getting your head full of fancies. It all comes of not going out in the daytime. During the cat's absence, the mouse cleared up and made the house tidy, but the greedy cat ate up all the fat. When it's all gone, one can be at peace, she said to herself, as she went home late at night, fat and satiated. The mouse immediately asked what name had been given to the third child. I don't suppose it will please you any better, said the cat. He's called All Gone. All Gone, exclaimed the mouse. I have never seen it in print. All gone. What is the meaning of it? She shook her head, rolled herself up, and went to sleep. From this time, nobody asked the cat to be a sponsor, but when the winter came and it grew very difficult to get food, the mouse remembered their store and said, Come, cat, we will go to our pot of fat, which we have saved up. Won't it be good now? Yes, indeed, answered the cat. It will do you just as much good as putting your tongue out the window. They started off to the church, and when they got there they found the fat pot still in its place, but it was quite empty. Alas, said the mouse, now I see it all. Everything has come to the light of day. You have indeed been a true friend. You ate it all up when you went to be godmother. First top off, then half gone, then— Hold your tongue, cried the cat. Another word and I'll eat you too. But the unfortunate mouse had all gone on his lips, and hardly had it come out than the cat made a spring, seized the mouse, and gobbled it up. Now that's the way of the world, you see. Cats are assholes. What is this? Where is Faye? What is this cozy nonsense? Hello, Bard. Welcome in. How are you doing today? I am reading. Yes, cats are assholes, and that is why we like them. I'm not too certain about that. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Just got done with some D&D. I hope you had a wonderful time. Oh my goodness. Iggy is growling very loudly in his sleep, and it scared the shit out of me. Oh my goodness. It scared the shit out of me. Very cozy FAESMR. Yeah. Yeah, cats are assholes, and that's why they're always showing their butts. I guess, yeah. Some of these are not translated. This one. There was once a man who had to take a long journey, and when he was saying goodbye to his daughters, he asked what he should bring back to them. The eldest wanted pearls, the second diamonds, but the third said, "Dear father, I should like a singing, soaring lark." The father said, "Very well, if I can manage it, you shall have it." And he kissed all three and set off. He bought pearls and diamonds for the two eldest, but he had searched everywhere in vain for the singing, soaring lark, and this worried him, for his youngest daughter was his favourite child. Once his way led through a wood, in the midst of which was a splendid castle. Near it stood a tree, and right up at the top he saw a lark singing and soaring. "Ah," he said, "I have come across you in the nick of time." And he called to his servant to dismount and catch this little creature. But as he approached the tree, a lion sprang from underneath and shook himself and roared so that the leaves on the tree trembled. "Who dares to steal my lark?" said he. "I will eat up the thief." Then the man said, "I didn't know that the bird was yours. I will make up for my fault by paying a heavy ransom. Only spare my life." But the lion said, "Nothing can save you unless you promise to give me whatever first meets you when you get home. If you consent, I will give you your life and the bird into the bargain." But the man hesitated and said, "Suppose my youngest and favourite daughter were to come running to meet me when I get home." But the servant was afraid and said, "Your daughter will not necessarily be the first to come to meet you. It may just as well be a cat or dog." So the man let himself be persuaded, took the lark, and promised to the lion for his own whatever first met him on his return home. When he reached home and entered his house, the first person who met him was none other than his youngest daughter. She came running up and kissed and caressed him, and when she saw that he had brought the singing, soaring lark, she was beside herself with joy. But her father could not rejoice. He began to cry and said, "My dear child, it has cost me dear, for I had to promise you to a lion who will tear you to pieces when he has you in his power." And he told her all that had happened and begged her not to go, come what might. But she consoled him, saying, "Dear father, what you have promised must be performed. I will go and will soon soften the lion's heart, so that I shall come back safe and sound." The next morning the way was shown to her, and she said goodbye and went confidently into the forest. Now the lion was an enchanted prince, who was a lion by day, and all his followers were lions too. But by night they reassumed their human form. On her arrival, she was kindly received and conducted to the castle. When night fell, the lion turned into a handsome man, and their wedding was celebrated with due magnificence, and they lived happily together, sitting up at night and sleeping by day. One day he came to her and said, "Tomorrow there is a festival at your father's house to celebrate your elder sister's wedding. If you'd like to go, my lion shall escort you." She answered that she was very eager to see her father again, so she went away accompanied by the lions. There was great rejoicing on her coming, for they all thought that she had been torn to pieces and had long been dead. But she told them what a handsome husband she had and how well she fared, and she stayed with them as long as the wedding festivities lasted. Then she went back again into the wood. When the second daughter married, the youngest was again invited to the wedding. She said to the lion, "This time I will not go alone. You must come too." But the lion said it would be too dangerous, for if a gleam of light touched him, he would be changed into a dove and would have to fly about for 7 years. "Ah," said she, "only go with me, and I will protect you and keep off every ray of light." So they went away together and took their little child with them too. They had a hall built with such thick walls that no ray could penetrate, and thither the lion was to retire when the wedding torches were kindled. But the door was made of fresh wood, which split and caused a little crack, which no one noticed. Now the wedding was celebrated with great splendour, but when the procession came back from the church with a large number of torches and lights, a ray of light no broader than a hair fell upon the prince, and the minute this ray touched him, he was changed. And when his wife came in and looked for him, she saw nothing but a white dove sitting there. The dove said to her, "For 7 years I must fly about this world. Every 7th step I will let fall a drop of blood and a white feather, which will show you the way. And if you will follow the track, you can free me." "Hello, Luke. Welcome in. How are you doing today?" Thereupon the dove flew out of the door, and she followed it. Every 7th step it let fall a drop of blood and a little white feather to show her the way. So she wandered about the world and never rested till the 7 years were nearly past. Then she rejoiced, thinking that she would soon be free of her troubles, but she was still far from release. One day, as they were journeying on in the accustomed way, the feather and the drop of blood ceased falling, and when she looked up, the dove had vanished. "Man cannot help me," she thought. So she climbed up to the sun and said to it, "All right, I should go sleep now. Sorry to have been late. It's fine. Sorry to have not chatted much. That's totally fine. Sorry to leave early. It's okay. Big hugs and support to you. Don't push yourself too hard. You still need to recover. I hope you sleep well when you get round to it," and all the hugs. Thank you for the 10 biddies. I hope you sleep well, have sweet dreams, and a great start to your day tomorrow. All the love in the world. Man cannot help me, she thought, so she climbed up to the sun and said to it, You shine upon all the valleys and mountain peaks. Have you not seen a white dove flying by? I will, hugs. Good night. No, said the sun, I have not seen one, but I will give you a little casket. Open it when you are in dire need. She thanked the sun and went on till night, when the moon shone out. You shine all night, she said. Over the field and forest have you seen a white dove flying by? No, asked the moon. I have seen none, but here is an egg. Break it when you are in great need. She thanked the moon and went on till the night wind blew upon her. You blow among all the trees and leaves. Have you not seen a white dove? She asked. No, said the night wind, I have not seen one, but I will ask the other 3 winds who may perhaps have seen it. The east wind and the west wind came, but they had seen no dove. Only the south wind said, I have seen the white dove. It has flown away to the Red Sea, where it has again become a lion. Since the 7 years are over and the lion is ever fighting with the dragon who is an enchanted princess. Then the night wind said, I will advise you. The D&D campaigns in the olden times were very convoluted, it seems. Yes. They really were. I will advise you, go to the Red Sea and you will find tall reeds growing on the right bank. Count them and cut down the 11th. Strike the dragon with it, and then the lion will be able to master it, and both will regain human shape. Next, look around and you will see the winged griffin, who dwells by the Red Sea. Leap upon its back with your beloved, and it will carry you across the sea. Here is a nut. Drop it when you come to mid-ocean. It will open immediately, and a tall nut tree will grow up out of the water, on which the griffin will settle. Could it not rest, it would not be strong enough to carry you across, and if you forget to drop the nut, it will let you fall into the sea. She then she journeyed on, and found everything as the night wind had said. She counted the reeds by the sea and cut off the 11th, struck the dragon with it, and the lion mastered it. Immediately both regained human form. Man the nut cannon? No. But the princess who had been a dragon was free from enchantment. But when the princess who had been a dragon was free from enchantment, she took the prince in her arms, seated herself on the griffin's back, and carried him off. And the poor wanderer, again forsaken, sat down and cried. At last she took courage and said to herself, Wherever the winds blow, I will go, and as long as roosters crow, I will search till I find him. So she went on a long, long way till she came to the castle where the prince and princess were living. There she heard that there was to be a festival to celebrate their wedding. Then she said to herself, Heaven help me, and she opened the casket which the sun had given her. Inside it was a dress, as brilliant as the sun itself. She took it out, put it on, and went into the castle, where everyone, including the bride, looked at her with amazement. The dress pleased the bride so much that she asked if it was to be bought. Not with gold or goods, she answered, but with flesh and blood. The bride asked what she meant, and she answered, Let me speak with the bridegroom in his chamber tonight. The bride refused. However, she wanted the dress so much that at last she consented. But the chamberlain was ordered to give the prince a sleeping draught. At night, When the prince was asleep, she was taken to his room. She sat down and said, "For 7 years I have followed you. I have been to the sun and the moon and the 4 winds to look for you. I have helped you against the dragon, and will you now quite forget me?" But the prince slept so soundly that he thought it was only the rustling of the wind among the pine trees. When morning came, she was taken away and had to give up the dress, and as it had not helped her, she was very sad and went out into a meadow and cried. As she was sitting there, she remembered the egg which the moon had given her. She broke it open, and out came a hen and 12 chickens, all of gold, who ran about chirping and then crept back under their mother's wings. A prettier sight could not be seen. She got up and drove them about the meadow till the bride saw them from the window. The chickens pleased her so much that she asked if they were for sale. "Not for gold and goods, but for flesh and blood. Let me speak with the bridegroom in his chamber once more." The bride said yes, intending to deceive her as before, but when the prince went to his room, he asked the chamberlain what all the murmuring and rustling in the night meant. Then the chamberlain told him how he had been ordered to give him a sleeping draught, because a poor girl had been concealed in his room, and the night he was to do the same again. That night he was to do the same again. "Pour out the drink and put it near my bed," said the prince. At night she was brought in again, and when she began to relate her sad fortunes, he recognized the voice of his dear wife, sprang up and said, "Now I am really free for the first time. All has been a dream, for the foreign princess cast a spell over me, that I was forced to forget you, but heaven in a happy hour has taken away my blindness." Then they both stole out of the castle, for they feared the prince as his father because he was a sorcerer. They mounted the griffin, who bore them over the Red Sea, and when they got mid-ocean, she dropped the nut. On the spot, a fine nut tree sprang up, on which the bird rested. It then took them home, where they found their child grown tall and beautiful, and they lived happily till the end. It was almost sad. Very close. We can probably do a couple more. Okay. I do ask what we would do, raid target wise, just so I can think about it. I don't want to throw you straight into someone who might be screaming. I think it would be very uncomfy. Also depends on how your fever's doing. I can check that now. It is 37.8. So we only had a little bit of fever. I mean, it's still kind of close, but yeah. Sorry, I was getting a drink. I think the one called The Death of the Little Hen probably is going to be sad. This one's called Fundevogel. It says, I think it's Hansel and Gretel. Maybe it's not. Okay. It's called Fundevogel. There was once a forester who went into the woods to hunt, and he heard a cry like that of a little child. He followed the sound and at last came to a big tree. Okay, now I'm really back for now. Gonna be here to unwind before bed a bit. Okay, welcome back. He followed the sound and at last came to a big tree where a tiny child was sitting high upon one of the top branches. Love the background, by the way, looking very, very cozy. Yeah, it is very cozy. It's the program that I use for all my background sounds. Yes, Spirit City Lo-Fi sessions. The mother had gone to sleep under the tree, and a bird of prey, seeing the child on her lap, had flown down and carried it off in its beak to the top of the tree. The forester climbed the tree and brought down the child, thinking to himself, I will take it home and bring it up with my own little Lena. So he took it home, and the two children were brought up together. The foundling was called Fundervogel because it had been found by a bird. Fundervogel and Lena were so fond of each other that they could not bear to be out of each other's sight. Now, the forester had an old cook, who one evening took 2 pails and began carrying water. She did not go once but many times backwards and forwards to the well. Lena saw this and said, Dear me, Sanna, why are you carrying so much water? If thou wilt not tell anyone, I will tell thee why. Lena said no, she would not tell anyone. So then the cook said, Tomorrow morning early, when the forester goes out hunting, I am going to boil the water, and when it bubbles in the kettle, I am going to throw Fundervogel into it and boil him. What? Next morning, the forester got up very early and went out hunting, leaving the children still in bed. Then said Lena to Fundervogel, Never forsake me, and I will never forsake thee. And Fundervogel answered, I will never forsake thee. Then Lena said, I must tell thee now, old Sanna brought in so many pails of water last night, and that I asked her what she was doing. She said if I would not tell anybody, she would tell me what it was for. So I promised not to tell anybody. I think Chocoberry has just accidentally sent a collaboration request. It jump scared me. So I promised not to tell anybody. And she said that in the morning, when the father had gone out hunting, she would fill the kettle, and when it was boiling, she would throw thee into it and boil thee. Now we must get up quickly, dress ourselves, and run away. The children got up, dressed quickly, and left the house. When the water boiled, the cook went to their bedroom to fetch Fundervogel and throw him into it. But when she entered the room and went up to the bed, both the children were gone. She was terribly frightened and said to herself, Whatever I am to say to the forester when he comes home and finds the children gone, we must hurry after them and get them back. So the cook dispatched 3 men servants to catch up to the children and bring them back. The children were sitting near a wood, and when they saw the 3 men a great way off, Lena said to Fundervogel, Do not forsake me, and I will never forsake thee. And Fundervogel answered, I will never forsake thee as long as I live. Then Lena said, Thou must turn into a rosebush, and I will be a rosebud upon it. When the 3 men reached the wood, they found nothing but a rosebud bush with 1 rosebud on it. No children were to be seen. They said to each other, There is nothing to be done here, and they went home and told the cook that they had seen nothing whatever but a rose bush with 1 rosebud on it. The old cook scolded them and said, You boobies, you ought to have hacked the rose bush to pieces, broken off the bud and brought it home to me. Off with you at once and do it. So they had to start off again on the search. But the children saw them a long way off, and Lena said to Fundervogel, do not forsake me, and I will never forsake thee. Fundervogel said, I will never forsake thee as long as I live. Then Luna said, thou must become a church, and I will be a chandelier in it. Now when the three men came up, they found nothing but a church with a chandelier in it. And they said to each other, what are we to do here? We had better go home again. When they reached the house, the cook said, if they had not found anything. The cook asked if they had not found anything. I have made myself cozy in bed. Comfy. They said, nothing but a church with a chandelier in it. You fools, screamed the cook. Why did you not destroy the church and bring me the chandelier? Then the old cook put her best foot foremost and started herself with the three men in pursuit of the children. But the children saw the three men in the distance and the old cook waddling behind them. Then said Lena, Fundervogel, do not forsake me, and I will never forsake thee. And he said, I will never forsake thee as long as I live. Lena said, thou must become a pond, and I will be a duck swimming on it. When the cook reached the pond, she lay down beside it to drink it up. But the duck swam quickly forward, seized her head with its bill, and dragged her under water. So the old witch was drowned. When the children went home together, as happy as possible, as if they are not dead yet, then they are still alive. So the cook was a witch. Cozy readings with Faye today. Yeah. Comfy cozy. I'm a little bit sniffy. I am glad that you guys are enjoying. I'm trying my best not to clear my throat because I don't want to scare anyone. I guess this this one. Just skim reading to make sure there's nothing awful in it. I think it's fine. Well, as fine as it can be. I think that mood swing wasn't too bad. I'm stable now. Welcome back, Raph. Hugs and support to you. I'm glad that you're feeling a bit better. Are you doing okay, Faye? I ended up with a little bit of fever. But I'm doing okay. The fever's already gone down. I'm just trying to speak calmly and in a low manner. So it's soothing. I enjoy anything you do, hun. I just enjoy when you stream because I enjoy you as a person. I enjoy you as a person. I know, I really hope it goes away soon. This fever has been kicking your butt lately. Yeah, I figured. I was just curious how you were generally. I had a really good day. I've cancelled therapy for tomorrow and I think I will go to the doctor to talk about my my blood test results. Because they haven't messaged me. And it's open at the same time-ish. Or like right before my therapy, so it kind of just works out. Thank you for the headband, Wiki. I hope your supper was delicious. Yeah, I'll see what happens then. I'll need my blood test results anyway for the cardiologist on Friday. I hope the doc appointment goes somewhere. I'll be in your DMs as usual. I look forward to it. My dog just snorted in his sleep. It's made me jump. The cat just attacked me. Oh my goodness. It's nice hearing you in the background while I'm trying to reclaim almost 4 hours of lost game progress after a corrupted save. Love you, bitch. Love you too. I'm so sorry that happened. I do hope it's, yeah, it's mostly get backable. But Faye, I love you and I'm really proud of you. I love you and I'm proud of you. Also, GeoGuessr has dropped a new DLC. It's just Street View releasing coverage, but naturally that goes on GeoGuessr, Paraguay, and South America. Oh, well, that must be very exciting. Hello, Jumpy. Welcome in. How are you doing? Why would you be proud of me? You took a week off when you needed to take a break. How are you doing, Faye? How is FAESMR? It's going very well, and we're just comfy and reading. I had a very good day. My fever did come back a little bit, but it stopped at 38.0, I think, or maybe 0.1. So, and it went away quite quickly. How was D&D? I hope you enjoyed it. I guess I'm not proud of why I took a break and stuff. I'm just focusing on anxiety and mistakes too much. These things take time. Don't beat yourself up so much. Did I read this? I don't remember if I read this one. I did. This one is very short. Fair, I appreciate you saying you're proud of me. I don't hear it often. I wish you did hear it as often as, it's applicable. D&D was fun. I died briefly. Not really, but a tree falling just to stand back up in a minute and be like, okay, I'm good was funny. That is very funny. I'm glad you had fun. No, you're short. Fuck you. Thanks for your kind words, Faye. I mean them. There was once a mother who had a little boy of 7 years old. I burned some stuff for a guy trying to steal my shtick of healing with photosynthesis, so I threw a smoke grenade at him. Oh my goodness, that sounds very fun. He was so handsome and lovable that no one could look at him without liking him, and she herself worshipped him above everything in the world. Now it so happened that he suddenly became ill, and God took him to himself. And for this the mother could not be comforted, and wept both day and night. But soon afterwards, when the child had been buried, it appeared by night in the places where it had sat and played during its life. And if the mother wept, it wept also, and when morning came, it disappeared. As, however, the mother would not stop crying, it came one night, in the little white shroud in which it had been laid in its coffin, and with its wreath of flowers around its head, and stood on the bed at her feet, and said, "Oh, mother, do stop crying, or I shall never fall asleep in my coffin, for my shroud will not dry because of all thy tears which fall upon it." Yeah, I said coffin, sorry. The mother was afraid when she heard that and wept no more. The next night the child came again and held a little light in its hand and said, "Look, mother, my shroud is nearly dry and I can rest in my grave." When the mother gave her sorrow into God's keeping and bore it quietly and patiently, the child came no more, but slept in its little bed beneath the earth. I will definitely listen to the whole VOD I missed. Everyone having a chill night around here. Yeah. Oh. He's been very comfy. Yep, just enjoying some comfy. We had yaps and then comfy started. Yeah. One of the ones that I like isn't translated, sadly, or I can't find it on Wikipedia or Wikisource, which is sad. But it's okay. There's a lot about wolves and foxes, though. What about this? Oh gosh, this one is incredibly long. Oh, but it is Snow White. Well, you know. But it is very long. Continue reading, don't mind me, I can wait for others to reply. Of course I'm gonna talk to you. There was once a countryman who had money and land in plenty, but however rich soever he was, one thing was still wanting to his happiness. He had no children. Often when he went into the town with the other peasants, they mocked him and asked why he had no children. Once upon a day, a coven met a fae. She liked her words so much, she just had to go and watch. Now here she lays, listening with glee, for Fae's amazing content makes her feel free. She caused the coven to admit she was cute, and everyone had quite a hoot. And all that truly mattered was that Fae made coven feel rested. Aww, he's cute. I'm glad. At last he became angry, and when he got home he said, "I will have a child, even if it be a hedgehog." What? Then his wife had a child. That was a hedgehog in the upper part of his body and a boy in the lower. And when she saw the child, she was terrified and said, "See, there thou hast brought ill luck on us." Then said the man, "What can be done now? The boy must be christened, but we shall not be able to get a godfather for him." Being silly and creative is my job, and I love it. The woman said, "And we cannot call him anything else but Hans the Hedgehog." I wrote something fancily for you to read that isn't about anything fancy at all. I hope it passes the vibe check and isn't too long. Ooh. Of course. No, Hans the Hedgehog. Okay, here we go. This is called Aurora Laren Fae, Gold Daybreak by Anonymous. Welcome, raiders. Thank you for the raid, Alpha. How was your stream? What were you streaming? To those of you who don't know me, I'm Fae. I'm a variety streamer, play games to do art, and I sing without asking for permission, and you're welcome to lurk or chat with me. It's nice to have you in, Alpha. It's nice to see you. No, it's totally okay. I'm speaking at a lower, calmer voice and stuff, so everyone is comfy. It's lovely to see you, my dear. Welcome in, Skimiti, Alpha, and Reloa. Stream is great. We were working more on Pokemon Legends. Oh, I'm really glad to hear that you're having a wonderful time playing it. Thank you so much for the raid. You are never ruining the vibe. I just have to make sure I don't sing loudly. So I decided to take it down an octave, but it's totally fine. I'm currently reading stories, and one of them has been submitted by Jumpy. So yeah. At first light of the sun, circa dawning hours of the day of the god of thunder, she awakes briefly to the needs of her mortal flesh. It's lovely to see you too. I do got a raid and run as I promised some peeps some game time, and I hope you have a wonderful reading stream. Thank you so much, Alpha. I hope you have an absolutely wonderful gaming session. Please never worry about raiding and running. Make sure to stretch. Eat some food, drink some water. All the love in the world to you, my dear. And thank you so much for choosing me. Meow bow. At first light of the sun, circa dawning hours of the day of the... Dawning hours on the day of the god of thunder, she awakens briefly to the needs of her mortal flesh. Once more the sounds of layered excavation echoed throughout the chambers. A familiar noise. A noise she, since its first appearance, taught herself to ignore. especially in the hours leading to the celestial body illuminating this good earth to reach its zenith. While in the confines of the lavatory, half of her consciousness still in the daze, embraced by both masters Hypnos and Morpheus, sudden sounds of rustling and bustling increasing in their frequency and intensity slowly reach her fogged mind. A heavy load released on the porcelain throne alleviates her numbness and puts her in a blissful state. The splash of warm aquatic liquid on her smooth yet non-responsive skin, followed by a brief contact made with the high absorbent and soft to touch fabric, makes her crave the embrace of her comfortable sheets in her bed chambers once more. This has to be the most beautiful way someone has described having a shit I have ever read. The gates to the throne room open and she emerges victorious from her personal intestine quest. The look of emptiness on her face makes sure none of the other occupants of her prestigious household, bipedal or not, shall approach her still. She hears someone speak words which her cerebral organs are yet to interpret and form into a cohesive and understandable form. Yeah? She responds without fully grasping the contextual aspects of the situation presented in front of her. Jump, what did I just read? She continues with heavy steps, heard throughout all the chambers, bouncing the thudding sounds from wall to wall, from floor to a ceiling, before she reaches the entrance to her chamber to resume the sweet and uninterrupted slumber. She experiences a touch of something pleasantly soft and furry rubbing gently onto her leg. She bends over with her arm stretched, her eyes unaccustomed to the bright early morning ambiance, and finds the source of the more than welcome interruption. Instinctively, almost automatically, her hand takes the shape of a hardened claw and begins to move in a fast-paced motion, reaching underneath the fluffy exterior of a small orange creature next to her, and scratches repeatedly and vigorously in its most intimately desired places. Places typically only to be known by heart in terms of humans, by their designated partner and soulmate, while in terms of animal companions by their singular true master. A wagging tail of the four-legged creature sweeps on the floor with such force it pushes small objects, toys, comfortable indoor footwear, socks and other kinds of paraphernalia left the previous evening in the reach of the fluff monster's grasp. She smiles, her eyes half opened, still as she can tell the creature is definitely appreciative of the early attention. As she's straightening herself up and positions herself towards the bed, she feels a whiff of warm, moist breath reach the outside of her palm. Then she hears a sound of tapping footsteps quickly moving away from her, leaving her to her own devices. This damn cat is biting my toes again, fucking freak. I don't know how to react to what I just read, such verbosity. To proceed with her destined rest. She knows she's but a few steps away from her bedding. She desperately tells her bottom limbs to keep going and not fail her at this critical junction. The moment the framing of the bed makes contact with her small, fragile body, she goes limp from head to toe, giving away all the strength she mustered to perform this routinely necessary yet unnecessarily tantalus task. Finally, she made it back into the embrace of her silky covers, wrangling herself within the many layers of the duvet. She relinquishes control and swiftly falls back asleep, ready to continue her dreams of strings of deep-fried potatoes, giant cylindrical round shapes of aged dairy products, and the adoring members of her affectionate and generous group of strangers turned friends, having common interests in the experiences with the goth moth emo exotic seagull. That was funny. I liked that. Oh, you need to send this to us, SEO. Dreams of fries, cheese, and beans. Okay, the beans can fly away, but... Oh, wait, no, the beans are you. I thought you meant beans as in food for a second, and I was like, wait, no, that's not what that said. Damn, I wish someone wrote fanfic like this for me. One day, surely, if you build a big community of your own. We're the beans. Yeah, you're the beans. You're the cutie beans. Mm-hmm. You're the cutest bean. No, you. By the way, Iggy has growled and snorted in his sleep, and because I'm being very quiet, both times they jump scared me. So look forward to that on the VOD. That was the best fanfic of Faye taking a shit I ever thought I'd over. It was glorious. The day ended. I no longer need to say I'm cute. Excuse me. Oh yeah, I got to have cake today. It was very yummy. Basically when they make something gluten-free, they get a lemon cake that's gluten-free, and then they put whipped cream around it, and then they built it like a cake shape. Yeah, and let me I have some pieces in front of me. It was really nice. Yeah. It was Chris' cake, so he got most of it, obviously. It's always nice to be able to have cake with everyone else. So, they had a hedgehog man child, and his name is Hans the Hedgehog. Best cake is a cake you don't eat alone. Yeah, so true. When he was christened, the parson said he cannot go into any ordinary bed because of his spikes, unless it's cake. When do I get an overly elaborate fanfic of cleaning my toilet or some shit? Jumper, you have given me needs I didn't know I had. I think Abby might be jealous? Question mark? Or longing? Longingly jealous? Ask for it and you shan't receive. So a little straw was put behind the stove, and Hans the Hedgehog was laid on it. These things gotta come el natural. Maybe I'll get back into writing every now and again. His mother could not suckle him, for he would have pricked her with his quills. So he lay there behind the stove for 8 years, and his father was tired of him and thought, if he would but die. He did not die, however, but remained lying there. Now it happened that there was a fair in the town, and the peasant was about to go to it, and asked his wife what he should bring back with him for her. A little meat and a couple white rolls, which are wanted for the house. said she. Then he asked the servant, and she wanted a pair of slippers and some stockings with clocks. At last he said also, "And what wilt thou have, Hans, my hedgehog?" "Dear father," he said, "do bring me bagpipes." Oh Lord. You wanna write shit, literally. We don't. When, therefore, the father came home again, he gave his wife what he had bought for her, meat and white rolls, and then he gave the maid the slippers and the stockings with clocks. You see why they pay me the big funny bucks. And lastly, he went behind the stove and gave Hans the Hedgehog the bagpipes. And when Hans the Hedgehog had the bagpipes, he said, "Dear father, do go to the forge and get the what? And get the cock shod. And then I will ride away and never come back again." Sorry, what? You'll get your due, Abbess, of the living waterfowl, but I can only cook so much in a short time to keep the quality untarnished. True. What the fuck is a cock shod? On this, the father was delighted to think that he was going to get rid of him, and had the cock shod for him. And when it was done, Hans the Hedgehog got on it and rode away, but took swine and donkeys with him, which he intended to keep in the forest. When they got there, he made the cock fly onto a high tree with him, and there he sat for many a long year and watched his donkeys and swine until the herd was quite large, and his father knew nothing about him. While he was sitting in the tree, however, he played his bagpipes and made music which was very beautiful. Once a king came travelling by, who also lost his way and heard the music. He was astonished at it, and sent his servant forth to look all around and see from whence the music came. He spied about, but saw nothing but a little animal sitting up aloft in the tree, which looked like a rooster. I've lost where I was. Looked like a rooster with a hedgehog on it, which made this music. My heart is aching, and I don't know if it's grief, regret, depression, or a medical issue. Oh. Yeah, take a moment to yourself, or for yourself. I'm really sorry to hear that. Then the king told the servant he was to ask why he sat there. I like the purple jumper, it looks comfy. Yeah. I can show you. Yeah. I got little sleeves. Look at my little sleeves. Thank you for the 50 biddies. I have bubblies in my ears. Don't dip your sleeves in your tea. I have done that so many fucking times. I don't want to talk about it. The amount of times I have dipped my sleeves in my coffee or tea hurts me. I'm stupid. Okay, I'll go back to my corner now. Can I suck the tea out of your sleeves? I'm thirsty. I'm saving it for later. Thank you for the ruse. If there was a superpower I could learn, it would be chronomancy, so I could just redo this entire year. But if you redo the entire year, maybe you would never have come here. I will still find my way back here. No. I'd just fix my mistakes. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Ow, what the fuck? Not. My goodness. Pixie. Thank you for the 6-month gifted sub to Gooby. Thank you so much. Pixels. Wait. Might not work. Wear cat plush. I'm trying to figure out what I changed my stuff to. Hello, Maple. Good morning. How are you doing? Just a second. It isn't working. Choo-choo! You scared the shit out of me. Jumpy, thank you for the gifted sub to Duffy Duffy. What the heck? Hello, Duffy. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Sweet Bean, how is the maple doing? You numbing on your sleeve and are like, why does it taste like tea? Kinda. I can put cat plush. Wow. Meow bow. Jacko is refreshing the screen. What ad? That choo-choo is too loud when comfy. I think all of the redeems are probably too loud when comfy. I can probably turn all of the mix it up redeems down. I'll just turn the overlay down to their key. I think that'll work. Why fake got a cat? Why not? I got 1 hour of sleep before the train ride because I was terrified I would miss the time the taxi was coming. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry. Make sure to get some sleep soon. Nice flat 500 though. Also, icky pics. full hand sleeper. I don't actually expect one, I'm just being a little shit. I have, however, really enjoyed the stories I've seen. They're really, really good, even when it's about a literal shit. Long cat, he's so tickly. Thanks. Your 815 isn't looking bad either. Rounding to 5 is always nice. Yippee! I can. I was thinking about making it orange. Maybe I can make an orange one, and then it'll be Iki. Iki looks like one of them anteaters. A little bit. Yeah. It drives me nuts that both numbers can't be even at the same time. I got to go. Okay. Thanks for popping in. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Well, it could be long Iki. Tab was muted this whole time. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Hi, Ricky. I'm heading off as well, trying to get some sleep. Thanks for stream and have a good night, everyone. Good night, Matthew. I hope you sleep well. Have sweet dreams and a great start to your day tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed the comfy. Gute Nacht. Schlaf gut. Träum schön. Enjoyed it very much. I'm glad. I should sleep at some point. I should too. I thought the Fae was AFK for a minute, and then I was tied up in a game. I couldn't check back. It's okay. It is going well. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you for the hype train. You sweet beans. Mwah. Comfiest of streams. Missed a lot of comfy. Yeah. But I specifically checked the tab for mute before tabbing out, which is why I was surprised to find it muted when I switched back. Maybe you accidentally pressed M. I know there's a hotkey that accidentally mutes because I've done it a few times. I'm not gonna eep yet. I will need to eep at some point. Krita has already done some scouting for me. Because I didn't want to risk raiding into people who may be a bit more energetic. So he had to look for me. Control plus M is the one. I use it a lot to lurk and unlurk. Oh. M is a common mute button in many media players, yes, including online ones. Yeah, I've made that mistake a few times. So excited to do a week of Apollo Justice next week. You don't even know. It sounds very exciting. Yeah. direction so often. I'm looking at the model specs. Why not use the head wings? Because these one, I don't know. I didn't really know if I liked them as much. I can have a look. It's probably time for end yap anyway, since it's getting a little bit late. Obnection. I think I did mean to put them on. Let me see. It is tomorrow already. Yeah, and I would like to go to the doctor to double check my meds. So, I will still be talking very lowly. And we'll probably still keep the background noise. Oh, I do not think I saw it. I'm sorry. Let me see. Oh, you mean in Discord? I'm sorry. Give me a second. Hi. That is all I want read currently. Hi. Let me see. I think the head wings are... They're on top of the head, right? Let me put the cat away. Oh. Okay. Let me find it. I think there was a reason I didn't. I think it's an animal ears. Hush, little puppy, don't say a word. Animal ear. I can be cat. I can be whatever the fuck this is. I can be bear. Wait, ferret, bear, bunny. These are the bird wings. Wait. I can move them down. Can I? Oh. I did not know that. I think the problem was that the colors are linked, but I can change that. Maybe. One color. I don't see it. It's all the way at the bottom. Nah. Yeah, no. Oh no, these are the animations. I'm silly. I'm so silly. There is a lot. I get a bit overwhelmed. Oh, a cat. Okay, this cat beat. Mood controller outfit. Color. I can't see it. I just see colors. Sad there's no beak for it. I'm kind of disappointed considering the crazy amount of customization. These are not the wings? Huh? Eh? What the fuck are you talking about? Eh? Eh? Happy Crooner Jumper, you must save me in saving poor innocent Iggy from his overly wholesome, pixelated abomination. Hey! It's too wholesome. Iggy must be protected. I've tried. He refuses. Sent it. Ah, thank you. Hello, song. I'm sorry. I'm in the settings right now. I'm sorry. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Huh? Oh. Head wings. Oh, I hope you had a wonderful shower. So it's just called head wings? We're head wings. I hope you had a wonderful day today. I can also have a hair clip. Never mind. No, I can't. What? Oh yeah, look, I can have a hair clip. Ah. Look at how cute I can be. Should be on the sliders. I don't see shit. But do you know which one? Other? No. Except... oh goodness. I can be a maid. Horn? Hey, I'm horny. I genuinely cannot see where this is supposed to be. Nani? I'm starting to think that Abby is lying to me. Why you bully? can't see shit, Captain. Oops, sorry. I'll look at it another time. Oyasumi nasai, Rainian. Meow bow. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Hello, Cliff. Welcome in. How you doing? I hope you sleep well. Have sweet dreams. And a great start to your day tomorrow. お姉ちゃん大好きです。おやすみなさい。You can try again with fresh eyes. Yes. Yes, he's too far gone beyond the point of no return, fallen into the emo darkness of his gothy mothy mistress. That's one of the reasons why I didn't choose the bird. The bird ones that I just showed you, because they look like moth. And I knew you would call me a fucking moth. I fucking knew it. Even though they jiggle, I did kind of like them jiggling, but it's okay because I have these. Oh, fuck. Well, shit. I will look tomorrow, I think. I do have, obviously, the user manual. But I do very, very much like the elf ears. So maybe Fae 2.0 will have pointy little elf pixie ears, too. That's some real moe blop. Huh? What? Nani? Nyani. By the way, is this speaking tone and volume, is it comfy and okay? Not creepy or anything? Hey, you could never be creepy. I don't know, maybe. Not creepy. Okay. Yeah. It's a little creepy with the schoolgirl Japanese lines. Fair enough. That makes sense. Sorry. Okay, I should go to just chatting. Otherwise people might be disappointed. If they come in here for more reading. I mean, technically I'm reading chat, but I don't want to incite the wrath of Twitch. Otherwise, you can make a deal with a deity of your choosing that you encountered to sacrifice your head wings to unlock a new form that had to be remade anew with elf ears. Might be because of the new Silent Hill game has made the trauma. I totally get that. I totally 100% get that. The readers and writers are a sleepy bunch. Most are just glad to see new faces. I'm really glad to feel so welcome. Yeah. You guys have been so welcoming. And I really like reading to you. Maybe I'll even read some of the things I write if I get to writing again. I wish I could exist in the lo-fi. is a very rare Fae. It's not like this 95% of the time. Yes. This is a special event that I do as a thank you. For supporting this very broken bean. I'm usually not this quiet. I'm usually significantly louder. But traditional ASMR just isn't for me. So when I do FAESMR, it's more I'm just reading things. Yeah. Can I stand in? Has anyone made you read Twilight yet? You are in danger, sir. This is your lovebird mode. Usually you're in seagull mode. Fair enough. Acceptable. I'm so bouncy. I can come down here and be like, hello. The game is no to make you break character. No. So many people might be sleeping or resting. Oh no. You guys are nearly as big as me. Aww. So cute. He's so cute. Wouldn't it be so funny to scream really? No. Absolutely not. I still need to decide what is happening next Sunday. I haven't written anything yet. I have Faye at unusual 100% volume. If you scream now, it might damage my laptop speakers and I need them for work. Oh no, absolutely not. Okay, let me go over here. Oh my goodness. But yes, thank you for the care package. I really hope you guys had fun. I got my laptop replaced at work because my speakers stopped working once. True story. Got an upgrade 5 months before the rest of the team. You dastardly. Imagine trying to explain that to an employer. Tiny bird lady on the internet broke my speakers. That's too funny. But no, I could not. Do you want Fate to scream so you get another upgrade? No! You are dastardly. Dastardly. I'm well versed in omitting certain aspects of my personal usage of corporate-issued devices. That's fair. You're like, listen! But yeah, let me see what is here. So, we have we still have VR chat with Faye to plan. How did it break this time? I was listening to a Faye say no more. Upgrade approved. We could do... I guess I'll have to ask Credit for advice on what to do next Sunday. But most everything else is prepared already. We have Raven collab in Power Simulator 2 on Wednesday. Everything else is the same, I think. I would need to double check that. Hang on. Yes. Oh, and Sunday isn't. Yes. Okay. Where is it? Oh. There it is. So does this look okay? Eventually, Silksong might have to come off because I'm taking way too long. And Saloon Simulator maybe. Power Wash. We might have to do take a break on some things and go to something different. Eventually. As a pre-warning. I can't silk without your song. I guess I'd better get good at the game, huh? The only thing I can think of for a stretch goal right now is a second FAESMR where I just read more stuff. Just beat the game quickly. Bro, I'm not even in Act 2. Hello, Lay. Welcome in. How are you doing today? More reading? I'm sold. So the stretch goals do not have to be met. Oh, because I've been reading, and this is a calmer FAESMR stream where I was just reading stories, and so a lot of people here could be asleep. I hope you're doing wonderfully, is what I would say if I have money. Hello, Owlmage. Welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah. Scooter will probably have the data. So realistically, for real, no funny bits here. Being serious right now. Same question as last year. Will the timer only be extendable until the end of November? Nuttathon extending to December will only mean we can vote on Nuttathon rewards. And you have to have the attachments longer. Or are there going to be other benefits for going over the 1 month? For real. I don't know. I would be fine with it, but I don't want anyone to feel obligated, and that's kind of the problem. I do agree with Koda, so I think having it extend isn't as bad. And good night, Botan. I hope you sleep well, have sweet dreams, and a great start to your day tomorrow. Keep taking. But I will definitely say that, so will we be able to keep extending it during December? Yes, but I will, make sure to say that it is absolutely not required. And I'll make sure that I just don't want people to feel obligated. My dog is digging. Thank you, Rita. Hear you tomorrow. Rita, hear you tomorrow. Rita's putting a suspicious face. Okay, noted. Okay. I might actually be able to give during the subathon and not after. Also, thank you for continuing your sub. It means a lot. Please remember that if you gotta pause a sub because you're in a rough place, or something happens, I do not hold that against you. I'm very grateful to be the one that you kept. But I want you to be okay as well. Sorry, my nose is a bit runny. So yeah. Kuda will tally up the he's already been doing that. And I will add FAESMR 2 to the stretch goal as a stretch goal. And we'll see if you've already achieved that. And I can think of some things maybe. It's already a monthly goal. Well, that's kind of, yeah. Will we have the two running at the same time? I'm hoping to be able to get the Holy Fake on next month. We'll see where money is. Just take care of yourself, okay? I'm being tempted. Next bit. Badge unlocks in. Temptress. The bitch badge, Temptress. Put holes in her fake. Not like that. Are we already this close? 1st of November 2020. I suppose the real question is, how do we feel the new... Wait, I mean, I did, but not like that. Yeah. I can... The FAESMR... not FAESMR. The VR chat thing would be a Sunday thing too, I think. But I feel like I need a bit more time to prepare. I put everything in the face. Where does this go? In the face hole. It goes in the face hole. No, it was funny. Reminds me of the thank you. No, I was imagining the meme thingy where it's like everything goes in the square hole. So that's kind of where my brain went. Working up to it slowly myself one day, I'll get the fey hole myself. Oh. So, because my end stream music is, quite excited, I will. That's exactly what I meant, Faye. Okay. I will talk to you until the raid out happens, so that no one gets jolted awake by Faye going to bed noises. Now I want donuts. Donut? Yeah. Donut. If it doesn't fit in your Faye hole, you're not trying hard. I'm not beating the not wholesome allegations. No. No, you're not. Whatever the normal volume is. So like, definitely louder than this. So I will probably just talk gently and say goodnight to you. I try really hard. Can I just find my way to the awesome tea? No. Sorry, I know I'm lagging because I have Clip Studio open. Too many layers. There's too many layers on the, on the schedule. He's too powerful. I am wholesomely cursed and proud. But Grandpa, I don't want to dig in more Fae holes. Well, that's too damn bad. So, let me take a look demo. Not sure yet. I'm guessing they... Yeah, Ari is playing Octopath. Finding someone similar is a fool's errand. Yeah. This is the first time I don't raid out. Comfy up people are now gaming. God damn it, why you gotta change category, bitch? How dare you do multiple things in one stream? Find a new ASMR friend. Well, the problem is a lot of my community don't like traditional ASMR. It makes them very uncomfortable. Most a girlfriend experience or doing sounds. Yeah. I do, and we have kids in my stream too, which you guys have been. I lost a lottery today. Boota saying you don't. Boo is in you don't want. Oh. Yeah, as in like I lost the video player settings lottery. You guys have, yeah, been forced to watch me on 1080p. I'm sorry about that. Maybe it's your art stream. Oh. Boo isn't bad girlfriend extreme experience ASMR is okay. Well, the thing is, our comfy art streamers are currently playing video games. I talked for too long. Oh no. Even Trinketo's not doing art today. Fuck. Trinketo is mostly just doing art. Why today is she not? Illegal. Oopsie, we were too comfy. We were too comfy. Hello, Fox. Welcome in. How are you doing today? And Honey is in VC with someone. It wasn't comfy listening to. Oh. Yes, she does that. I don't even have any suggestions. I usually have suggestions. Yeah, we are a very neat. I'm okay, I guess. Time to go to find a random stream and make a new friend. I don't know if I have the energy to make a new friend. Gosh. How do I know this, but never mind, they're offline. My Twitch was lying to me. Goddamn. I am, but a smile, baby bean. What? I wouldn't mind raiding out to a game stream. But it's also that I don't want it to be too loud. That's my worry. Game stream isn't bad if the person will vibe. Yes. Ho hum. I'll lower the volume when we go to end song. Okay. Well, I'm checking games as well. Some are calmer than others. I guess the one that fits best right now is Astaria again. I know we did raid her yesterday, but she's playing Slime Rancher. Slime Rancher 2, and that's as comfy as I can. I want to raid shrimps. Yeah, so the girl screaming in panic while she tries to do VR cooking is probably not a good candidate. No. Probably not, no. Okay. I think the best bet is to raid Astaria again. She yaps a little bit. Oops. Depends what moment in the game can be. The not so comfy games have comfy moments and you can read in smoothly. Just go with your gut. Almost said go with your gut. Okay. I think I'll just rate Astaria. Thank you so much for hanging out. I had a lot of fun reading stories to you. Again, I hope you had a wonderfully comfy time here with me. And yeah, if you guys like this, we can do this more in the future. And it will stay as a monthly goal. And stuff. Tomorrow I have listed as Saloon Simulator. Thank you for reading our BS, very comfy. Thank you for submitting BS. I think the model fits it very well as well. Yeah. So it'll be Saloon Simulator tomorrow. Comfy-ish. Me trying to make my saloon great again. I will talk with Kure. I would like more planning for VR chat. It's okay, I can pause the ad. I can snooze the ads, don't worry. If it's the final ad, then I can snooze it. Yes, so Sunday could be my first Sunday off where I hang out in Discord instead. I don't know though. I kind of like streaming on Sunday. We'll see. So, I don't know. Either that or I'll just draw things and yap with you. But I will talk with Kure and then I will post a schedule before I go to bed. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. So, I don't think I can do this terribly quietly. So, Without further ado, have a lovely rest of your day. If it's still daytime, and if it's not, I hope you sleep well. Have sweet dreams and a great start to your day tomorrow. I look forward to seeing who I see. Remember that you are loved, appreciated, and so important. You sweet beans. I will start the raid out now. And otherwise you'll have to turn me... Alright, do you want me to go to the end? The stream ending? You'll need to turn me down. Or should I just raid out? I don't want to deafen you. Yeah. All the love in the world. I think I'll play it. Oh shit. You should slowly get louder. Okay. I'll type it out already. Write out while talking. Yeah, I actually can't turn it down without triggering, you're right. Okay, then I'll just keep talking. Fable. Yeah. Oh, we could. Okay, goodbye, and thanks for all the peace. Thank you so much for everything. Okay, yeah, we can just do the normal one. To be honest. Yeah. Okay. So, all the love in the world. Make sure to sleep. Oh, you did like it. Okay. Okay. Hello, Katsumi. Thank you for the care package. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day.